Hi, and a very pleasant good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Pettit National Ice Center in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Today, U.S. Speed Skating is proud to present the U.S. Long Track Championships. I'm Ted Rutan, and I'm joined by Long Track High Performance Director and former national team coach, Matt Corman.
Ted, great to be here.
We've got a great day of speed skating today. Our first event is the women's 500 meters.
Yep. We have a full schedule today with lots of different things on the line for this weekend. Youth Olympic Games, the AM Cup, also selecting our World Cup team. So there's lots on the line for both the senior skaters and the junior skaters here.
Today we are at the Pettit National Ice Center. Talk about how we are at this center and how the speeds may be.
Well, it varies a little bit because we're at sea level. So a lot of our skating is done in Salt Lake City where there's less wind resistance. So generally the times there are a little bit faster, but they have a great crew here that makes some awesome ice as well. But generally you'll see a little bit slower times. And looks like we have our first skater up right now.
Valentina Vargas from Colombia.
Yep. And we're also, as I mentioned, we have a lot going on. It's also the Colombian National Championships here as well. So they have some of their skaters too that don't necessarily spend a whole ton of time on ice, but they've been slowly over the years making transition primarily from inline skating over to ice skating now. And she's one of those converts as well.
Perhaps a little bit of nerves here being the first one going out for the competition.
Absolutely, and she hasn't had probably the ice time that a lot of the others have had. There's also a group of Colombians that trains in Salt Lake City with the FAST program. But credit to her for getting out there and being in front of people and doing her best here. There's a lot of talent in Colombia. Especially, like I said, from that inline background. They're one of the most dominant countries in inline speed skating. So physically, they have the capacity to be some of the best on the planet. It's just a matter of getting them some more ice time here.
And Valentina is by herself out there as the only solo in this first 500-meter competition.
Usually you like to have a pair to push you a little bit, but I mean, I'm guessing since she's relatively new, it was probably nice that she could just focus on herself and not worry about the person next to her.
And we do want to mention that the times that you will see here are the unofficial times.
Right. These are all off of the transponders. So the start signal, I guess, from my understanding, is a little bit off with the timing. So it'll show up a little bit different than what they have on the scoreboard. But we'll try to relay all the information that we can to everybody, and so they know what's going on here. But yes, those times are going to be a little bit different than the official times.
Our next pairing, the inner is Natalie Rodriguez Hasselbeck, and the outer skater is Vanna Schill.
Yeah, and we have some contrast here. Nathalie is the 50 and over division, and Vanna is a junior C1, which is essentially our youngest category that we'll probably see here. But I actually got to just meet Vanna this past month for the first time in our junior development camp, and a great skater, nice kid, lots of potential there for her.
And we had a false start to get things going this morning.
Yep, like you mentioned, probably some nerves there too. And they look good here, in my opinion. Like what I usually look for on these starts is that they don't pop up and start running too much. What you'll see from some of the beginners is, it's more natural to come up and run, where we want them to stay low coming off of that line. So that'll be one of the big key things that I'm always kind of looking for with the younger skaters, to stay down and get into your skating as quickly as possible. And they're transitioning to the other lane now. And down the final stretch, and right here too is, again, you don't want to rush. You're at your top speed. Now you're just trying to maintain speed, really.
And a strong finish there for Vanna Schill.
Yep. 35.1 on the lap time. I know we were talking about the timing. Generally, the lap times should be matched up pretty darn well with what the official times are. It's just the start and finish times will be a little bit off on what the official times are.
Up next, we'll have Juliet Song and Elena Stave.
Yes, two great young skaters. I believe Juliet's from Puget Sound, and then Elena Stave from the Midway Club out in Minnesota. That's one of our bigger clubs, and they're doing some really great things. We'll see a lot of the Midway skaters throughout the weekend here. But they have a great program, starting from learn to skate, to learn to speed skate, into their development pipeline, and then more of a high performance group. So they kind of cater to each level. And Elena was one of those two that was in our junior development camp recently, so it was nice to get to meet her.
And Elena has a sister also.
Yes.
In this competition, we'll see her in a couple of races.
Yes, and I always get the names confused. They both start with E, so. But this will be a good weekend to nail those down, and they do look similar too, so it's even harder there. But come around that last corner there, a little bit off the blocks. That'll be another thing I'll probably talk about through the weekend. It's like a pet peeve of not being on the blocks where you're supposed to be, just giving away time.
And a good strong finish there for Elena.
Absolutely. See, we get a little high five with the coach on the backstretch there. You know, that's one of the things we talked about a lot last year. Is like just one of those moments that you kind of live for. You put in a lot of work, a lot of ups and downs, and then it's all worthwhile when you get that high five on the backstretch. So,
and the coaches have to be proud of their skaters as well.
Absolutely.
Next up, we have Barb Johnson on the inner and Finley Descartes.
Again, here we have one of our great master skaters in Barb. She is just one of the best on the planet in her age division. Again, paired with one of our youngsters here, a junior C2, Finley.
So an interesting pairing when you have the age group.
A very big contrast there. But kind of the fun part about the sport in general, too, is you've got all these different categories and different levels, but they're all out here racing and competing together and get to know each other, and this builds a good community.
And obviously, they're racing the clock.
Right.
I mean, we get down to the final few skaters.
Right.
Yeah, you have a little bit of you certainly have the individual matchups, but again, they're all racing against the clock.
Yep. Especially these younger ages. You're just trying to get better and improve. It's the places will be what they be, but some people are more developed at an earlier age than others. So you just worry about yourself and what you can do. Really good skating here coming down this final stretch. I like her lines there.
Good run there by Finley Descartes.
Yeah, so far it looks like these unofficial times we have are about 0.3 off of what I'm seeing on the board. And funny thing is you have these redundant timing systems as well. Like, you don't really go to the transponders unless you're forced to. But then we also have our secondary system, which is the beams out on the track that you may see. And then our final and official is the photo finish one. So there's several layers here along with it. And actually, I should also mention we have manual timers too. So a bunch of different systems to make sure we have things going.
And if you're the skater, you're like, I'll take the best time.
Right.
That was my time. That was my time.
Yeah, that's going to be, hey, I saw this there. I need that one.
Next up, we have on the inner, Elise Stave, and the outer skater is Keely Whitcomb.
Yes, and Elise, the sister of Elena here that we were mentioning earlier. Both of them did our junior development camp recently, so it was nice to get to know them a little bit more. But again, that group from Midway here, you'll see them represented in those blue skin suits. You can see their coaches on the backstretch. We have Stephen Hartman, who's their head coach, but also we have Brian Shimbakuro, our national team coach, is out there helping him since he's got 2 skaters at once. So coaches usually ask another coach to help them out, show them their lap times.
We've got a pretty nice finish here.
Very good race there. Coach out there, Coach Steven again, another high five, so they're happy and satisfied with that.
Next up, we have Audrey Hahn and Evie Forer.
Yep, Audrey, I believe, is at the Puget Sound Skin Suit, another one of our key clubs in the country. Coach Lee just puts out skaters all the time. He's the former South Korean national team coach. And moved over to the States and runs one of the strongest clubs in our country. Several people on our national team, our junior world team, all come from that club, so doing fantastic work out there. And then it was cool to meet Evie again. She was in one of our junior development team, or our junior development camp skaters as well, and she's really making some nice progress. She's a local skater, I believe, from Wisconsin here. So it looks like we have a little delay with something. I didn't quite catch what was going on there.
Couldn't see any ice.
Yeah, I don't see any ice repair. Maybe just a timing glitch or something. Usually these delays don't take too long, and I'm sure we'll probably see some ice repairs throughout the day. But usually they have a slush bucket of slush and a means to prepare the ice as quickly as possible, because it always kind of stinks to be delayed when you're right at the line there. Kind of got to just refocus, but it's also good training for these guys because it's going to happen throughout their career. So, you know, get used to being able to refocus and get right back into it.
And they give them, what, maybe 20 seconds after they have fixed the issue.
Right. Yeah. So you can go through your routine again, you know, without having to rush. See the starter with his hand out. Still asking him to hold up a bit.
So we have pair number 6 here. Audrey Hahn and Evie Forer.
Okay, let's see how they react to the delay here. Like I said, I'm always looking for them to stay down and get into their skating as quickly as possible. And we're off.
And pair number 6 is away.
Now, is there a difference in the styles of the different skaters?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, there's usually some key things that you're looking for. I mean, for me, it's the position that they're in, how low they are. And I have a tendency to look to what direction their blades are going. Is the front of the blade pointing out away from them, or is it carving back around? Because when it points out too much, it's really difficult to get pressure to shoot yourself forward. But we have a good matchup here. Nice.
Very close.
See a smile there, so I think she's satisfied with that. I think that was a smile or relief. I don't know. One or the other.
Happy to be finished.
Right. Okay, the first one's done.
And they will have another crack at the 500
Right.
tomorrow.
Right, yep. So they'll have another 500 tomorrow, and for all of our selections, for team selection purposes, we're taking the fastest 500 out of the 2 that they'll do this weekend.
And most skaters will attempt a second one. Sometimes they may not.
Most of them will. Most of them will. There's a few that are probably just using it as a tune-up, like some of the distance skaters, the long-distance skaters, will use it as a tune-up. And then you may see some of the top guys, if they're satisfied with their first time, not do the second one. But most of them
maybe
do, like
just
you
to
said.
take a rest, since they're going to be competing
right.
in other events as well.
I mean, even someone like Jordan Stolz, who's the world champion in this distance, he's doing a lot of races this weekend. So I do wonder if he puts up a good time in the first one. Will he just, sleep in the next day a little bit, rest up, and try to come back for the other race after that?
Our next pairing, Caitlin Lee and Avery Hayes.
I know Avery's out of the Salt Lake City area, trains in the program out there, part-time with we call the FAST program, but also with the Oval Speed Skating Club. And it's actually Kearns, Utah, but a suburb of Salt Lake City.
Caitlin really got off to a fast start
Yeah,
there.
absolutely. And there's Coach Lee yelling some motivational things or technical things potentially. So another one of those Puget Sound skaters.
And Lee coming up here on the outer with a
Yeah.
very good time.
Doing a nice job of staying composed there too. They said you don't want to rush that final 100 there. You're at your top speed. It's all about speed maintenance at that point.
And I believe that might be the fastest of our skaters so far this morning.
Yeah.
But we waste no time here, as next up, Charisse Wilkins is the inner skater and Leah Choi the outer.
Yeah, and here we have another one of the Puget Sound girls on the outer here, Leah Choi. And Charisse Wilkins, I'm surprised I didn't notice this earlier, but she's one of our former national team skaters on short track, but is now coaching out in the East. So good to see her out there putting them on again.
Is that rare to see the short track move over to the long track?
I wouldn't say it's rare. We definitely have a few converts that have done exceptionally well, and in my opinion, the short track is always a great training tool for a long track. So I always encourage people, do as much short track as you can while you're young. Have the competency to use that for training, because we don't always have long track ice year round. So you need to be able to get onto the hockey rink and make some use of that ice time as well. So it's just a great tool to have.
So Choi coming up in the inner should be close here.
And Choi, I know, is one of those age division skaters that's trying to make the Youth Olympic Games in Korea this year. There's a 2-year window for skaters to be able to qualify for that. But yeah, there's our fastest time of the day, right? 44.
Our first sub 45.
Yeah, I think so. And as you'll notice, generally how they seed them is from slower to faster based on their seed time. So as we go, we should generally get progressively faster and faster. I believe they did groups of 6. So what that means is they take the top 6 seed times, and then they just do a random draw for who goes with who. And they do that for each grouping all the way from the bottom of the seed list to the top of the seed list. So there is some mix-ups there, but in general, you'll see them just get faster and faster here.
In this pairing, we have Karen Sayatama from Colombia and Melissa Dahlman.
And Karen out of the FAST program in Utah, under Coach Mitch Whitmore. Again, we have a youngster versus a master skater. Melissa's been around skating for a long time. I believe was an excellent cyclist as well. There you can see Coach Whitmore in the baseball hat. So Karen will be in that Colombian National Championships here as well. Melissa really probably looking for trying to earn some AM Cup points, and even more importantly, like we talked about, just improving her times, getting the best time she can. Again, a couple more 44s now.
Dahlman with a 44.15, I believe. Again, unofficially.
Yep.
So next up, Natasha Regilovic,
Brazil here, Denmark,
one from Hungary.
Hungary, that's right. Also Switzerland has at least one or two skaters. And most of these internationals that we'll see are trained in Salt Lake City right now. ISU has a program there that they're helping convert some of the inline skaters from different countries, but also kind of an outreach program too. So they get a little bit of funding that goes towards their coaching fees and stuff like that to kind of build up the different programs in the different countries.
Rudolovic now on the outer. Lindenskov on the inner. Rudolovic leading.
Rudolovic.
Lindenskov trying to chase as they head to the line.
And this is fairly close.
Yep. Made up some ground on that last 100 meters there. I know Nazi kind of considers herself a little bit more of a distance skater. So she's probably one of those ones I would say is, in a way, using this as a tune-up for her distance races. Get the nerves out.
And of course, we have the 500 this morning, and then this afternoon we'll have the 1500.
Right. 50 self pumped up. Like, I'm going in, and I'm going to be hurting. So get your mind right.
This pairing has Rebecca Simmons on the inner, and the outer skater is Abigail Merckx from Hungary.
Yep. Again, both trained in Salt Lake City. Rebecca from New York State, from the Saratoga Springs area. And then, Abigail from Hungary, working with the fast team in Salt Lake City. I know Rebecca Simmons works closely with Shawnee Davis. I don't know if you're familiar with that name, but
Certainly.
Kind of a legend in our world.
Certainly, yes.
So Shawnee's out there helping Rebecca on a regular basis. I don't think he's here this weekend, but he's been helping coach her for a while now.
So now Merck moving into the inner. Good, strong backstretch.
Yep, and Rebecca is known to as more of a distance skater as well, but like I mentioned, using this probably as a little bit of a tune-up. Get the legs loose, and then she'll bear down on her more specialty races later on in the weekend.
So Merckx with, I believe, a 43.21 as shown on the scoreboard.
Yeah, they switched that off quick there for you.
So now from Brazil, Larissa Pace. And the outer is Ella Teeples.
Yep. Again, Larissa and that program in Salt Lake. Ella's also from Salt Lake City on our junior development team. One of our rising stars, I would say. Full of talent, super nice kid, works hard, great family. So always excited to see her what she's going to do next. Just full of talent.
Again, this also is qualifying for the Junior Olympic Games.
Right. And unfortunately for her, she's a year too young for the Youth Olympic Games. And she's also too young for our Junior World Team. We were kind of joking about that. She's a little disappointed that she doesn't have things because they raised the age for the Junior World Team just this year. So if it was last year, she could have been on the Junior World Team. But this year now, she's too young. And then missed the window for Youth Olympic Games too. So a little bit in no man's land, unfortunately, but like I said, it's you against the clock here.
So Larissa Paez coming down and crossing the finish line.
43.41 on the board, and then Teeples 44.23.
So for Ella, it looked like she had a bit of a struggle at the start.
I think she had a little stumble at the start and a little bit of trouble in one of these corners here, I noticed too. So I think she'll be grateful that there's another one tomorrow.
Next up, we'll have Sydney Turpening on the inner and Alyssa Schob.
Yep, Sydney Turpening here trains in the DASH program, which is a local program here. It's run by Dave Cruikshank and then Bonnie Blair Cruikshank. And I don't know if you recognize the Bonnie Blair name. But they run a program here, a development program where they're starting to take people from entry level and all the way up to the international elite level. And then Ilsa comes from a skating family for sure. Her mom's a referee here this weekend. Her dad's one of the head guys at the ISU Medical Commission. So they've been heavily involved in speed skating for years, and I know she just graduated with her biomedical degree. So one of the great families in speed skating and for years and years and years.
Showed with a very good crossover, and she has a nice lead coming down the home stretch.
Ilsa, nice 42.61 I see on the board. She'll be happy with that. And she also represented the U.S. at the university games last year that were held in Lake Placid, New York, which is a really, really cool event, especially for someone like Ilsa who, is a little bit older than the junior skaters now and trying to bridge that gap to the senior level. It can be hard to do coming out of the junior ranks. So having things like the university games and things like that, you can get some international experience, and it's really fun for them too, and helps keep them motivated. So it's awesome that she was in that.
So next up we have Libby Williams and Georgia Birkland.
Yep, Libby Williams on our junior world team last year. A figure skating convert actually, was training in Colorado Springs for figure skating and happened upon speed skating. So she's on our junior team, and Georgia Birkland is a bronze medalist from last year's team pursuit team on the senior level, also a 2022 Olympian in the mass start. Georgia in general is more of a, like I said, a mass start, team pursuit specialist, more of a distance skater. Libby, this is one of her probably more prime events, but like I said, she's still a junior, and looking just to continue her improvement up to Junior Worlds, which are in Japan this year.
And as we get farther on in this competition, the times are getting quicker and quicker.
Right. Yep, you'll start seeing some more of these USA suits that look like this, and yeah, we'll start seeing some of our either junior team members or senior World Cup team members. 41.7
Williams, yes.
I think she'll be really happy there. There we go. We got the scoreboard for us on the screen. That's nice. 42.02 for Georgia.
Next up, the inner skater, Natasha Gakovic. And the outer skater is Mary Brophy Magnus.
Yep, should be a good pair here again. Here we have another one of those juniors versus masters pair-ups here. Mary out of the Saratoga Springs area in New York. She was one of those, I would say, short track converts. So probably did a little bit of both, but I said primarily short track. Skated on a really, really high level on short track, and came back to the sport now as her kids got a little bit older, and she does a really, really great job, and has really improved these last couple of years. But Natasha, too, would be one of those ones I think is looking to make the junior world team this year. It's her last year as a junior, and she was just barely off last year, just one spot off the junior world team. So I'm sure that she's got that in her sights.
So big couple of days for her.
Right.
Gakovic. On the outside.
And Brophy gets under 43. That's good, I think. A good sea level time, like I mentioned. You could probably subtract almost a second if we were in Salt Lake City.
Just the difference in the elevation.
Yeah, with the wind resistance that you face here versus Salt Lake. It's probably around a second difference.
So next up we have Marley Soldan, and from Colombia, Isabella Vargas Rodriguez.
And Marley, one of our Junior World Team members, our youngest Junior World Team member last year from that Puget Sound Club, but great all-around skater. I'd say probably a little bit better in the distance races as well. But I had one of my favorite races from last season. We have what's funding times, we call them. So you have to meet a certain level in order for U.S. speed skating to pay your way to some of these events. And she didn't have any, but they were going to pay themselves to go to Junior Worlds last year. But in her very last race of the competition, she was able to achieve that funding time. And it was just really, because she just went for it, and I was a little nervous that she went out too fast, but she held on, got that funding time, and it was just great that, her trip was paid for then because of her performance. So really exciting to witness. A huge
moment for her.
Yeah, and it was just a blast to watch that.
Soldan on the inner, Vargas Rodriguez on the outer.
Vargas, another one of those from the Salt Lake, or trains in Salt Lake. Obviously, she's from Columbia, but trains with Mitch Whitmore in Salt Lake City. Marley's one of those two looking to try to make the Youth Olympic Games. So this race and the 1500 meter are the two races that they need to have the best times in. And what we do is take the 500 meter time, and whatever that time is, that equals what the points they get. But for the 1500 meter, we divide it by 3. So we divide it by the 500s, and that's how many points they get in that. And then the lowest point total combination makes the team. So this is an important race for her.
42.74.
And then obviously the 1500 later for her is going to be super important as well, because that's how she's going to earn her spot on the team.
Up next, on the inner lane, Blair Cruikshank, and the outer, Anna Quinn.
You may recognize that name as well, Blair Cruikshank, the daughter of Bonnie Blair and Dave Cruikshank, member of the DASH program out here in Milwaukee. And then Anna Quinn, originally from St. Louis, training in Salt Lake City now. Member of that University Games team last year as well. False start.
The second false start we've seen today.
And with these false starts, interesting is now they both are considered having a false start. So if either one of them jumps next time, they'll be disqualified.
For today?
For this race.
For the 500?
Yep, for this race.
But they will have a shot to come back tomorrow.
Right.
Okay. Let's hope they don't have that happen to them here. And when you have a false start, does that make you a little more hesitant?
Generally, yeah. You really want to make sure you're stable and just waiting for it. I never liked having to do a start with, having a false start already been given. But sometimes you'll see some gamesmanship where people will do that just to put pressure on the other person, especially since they're planning on doing it.
Good start by both skaters here.
Yeah, I got 11-1 from Blair on the scoreboard.
Now the crossover.
So I know Blair has gone under 40 seconds several times, so I'm sure that's probably one of her targets. Anna's putting on a good race coming up on the inside here. Good tight race.
Looks like Quinn may have taken
Quinn
that
will
one.
be really happy with that. 40.5 for sea level is really nice.
Okay.
I'm guessing she's going to get a high five on the backstretch for that one.
40.56 for Quinn, 40.65 for Cruikshank. Again, unofficially.
Yep. Yeah, we'll go to the photo finish for the official times. But these scoreboards, which is being displayed right now, that usually pretty darn close to what the official times are. Closer than what we have with the transponder things.
So now on the inner is Sofia Prosvernova from Denmark, and on the outer, Mia Kilmer.
Yes, two great skaters. Mia on our Olympic team, two-time Olympian, Olympic medalist in the team pursuit in the 2018 games, and a medalist at last year's World Championships in the team pursuit, and fourth place finisher in the mass start. So she's just barely been off a couple of medals in the mass start at world events, but has also won several World Cup medals as well, and just an amazing talent at the mass start. I mean, it's really incredible to watch her execute a mass start and how relaxed and how well she can be in the pack and then move through the pack. Like, it's quite a talent. And then Sofia is actually a former Russian skater who married one of the guys we'll see here skating from Denmark, and she was on the Russian short track team for years and years, and one of the top Russian short trackers who switched over.
Prosvernova will take this one.
Okay, 40 flat, 40.00.
So that is the fastest time
Yep.
of the day so far.
And I think Mia will be happy with that too. Like I said, she's more of a distance skater, long distance skater, and mass start specialist. So she's using this probably as a tune-up, even training to try to work on her speed as well. So I think she'll be happy with that time, especially at sea level.
So next up, from Colombia, Laura Michelle Rodriguez, and on the outer, Piper Edie.
Yep.
From the U.S.
Yep, two juniors here. Piper on our junior world team last year as well, and her final year as a junior. And Laura Michelle from Colombia, but again training out of Salt Lake City. A little junior world preview here.
Probably have faced each other before.
I bet they have. Yeah. Piper trains here in Milwaukee, so probably not a ton on the weekend time trials, but they've certainly been in the same events together before. I know Piper's continuing to try to work on her technique and her efficiency here, trying to quiet that upper body movement that she has on the opener, just make sure that it lines up with her push better. It'd be nice to see her in that 40-second range as well here if you can.
And Edie with the lead in this one.
And 41.02.
So with 3 pairs remaining, now we are getting into the upper echelon here of the 500-meter skaters.
Yep, now we're really looking at picking what our World Cup team is going to be. We have 5 positions available, so essentially the top 5 times are in a World Cup position. Like we mentioned, we'll have another one tomorrow, so we'll also use those times and take the fastest one of the 2. But yeah, these next 6 women here are going to be the ones that are making up our team more than likely.
On the inner, Mackenzie Brown. And on the outer, Kimmy Getz.
And Kimmy just had a fabulous year last year, multiple World Cup medals. It has been on fire, so I'm excited to see what she can do this weekend. And I'm sure she's trying to test herself out a little bit, but I know she has bigger things in mind too at World Championships, World Cups, all that.
A different start for Mackenzie Brown.
Yep, Mackenzie do what we just call the down start. as inline skaters transitioned over to ice, they had used that start, and she's from an inline background as well. So you'll see some skaters using that start here.
9-2, our first sub-11 split of the day.
Yeah, so 10-5 for Kimmy there on the scoreboard. 10-7 from the transponders.
Gets now on the inner,
And
Brown
Gets
on the outer, Gets gunning for that
with a
top
big
side.
margin here coming
Yeah.
down the home
Yeah,
stretch.
Mackenzie just wants to keep it as close as she can.
And she's got it by a mile with a
38.06 on the board for Kimmy.
39.5.
Fastest of the day, obviously.
Under 40 seconds today, and Gets almost gets under 38.
Our next pairing, rather special pairing indeed.
It is,
with
yes.
Aaron
These two
Jackson
have quite a
and
history.
Brittany Bowe.
Yeah. Teammates from Florida and inlines, and maybe had the story of the games last games where Aaron had some trouble at the Olympic trials, and Brittany offered up her spot in a way for Aaron to be able to get into the Olympics when we weren't sure that she was going to be able to get in, and then Aaron in turn goes on to win the gold medal. So
What a story.
yeah, it was an amazing time and great teammates, both from the inline background as well. And Britt's a multiple-time world champion and bronze medalist, 1,000 meter.
What kind of time do you think we're looking at here?
I think both are trying to get under 38, either low 38 or high 37. Aaron got a slight lead there.
Jackson open with 10.61, Bowe with 10.7. Trying to chase down the top.
Now the crossover.
Yep. Britt will get a nice chase here. Good that she can see her in her sights and try to bring her in. Whoa, having some trouble on that last inner there for Brittany.
Jackson
This
slides
is
Lost her a
close.
little bit of speed.
Here they come to the line. Jackson with
And 38.01.
38.01. Bowe with the 38.3.
A good close race. I think that last inner for Brittany cost her. Just didn't come out with the kind of speed that she needed there, but a great pair.
And a 38.01 unofficially for Aaron Jackson, the fastest time of the day. And now our final pairing here this morning in the 500 meter, Sarah Warren and Greta Myers.
Yes. Sarah on the U.S. national team and Greta both on the sprint national team, coached by Ryan Schimber-Curl. Greta had just a breakout year in the junior ranks last year, got second at the Junior World Championships overall, and is just a real bright spot for U.S. speed skating coming up. And, Sarah is also took a break, played D1 college soccer at the University of Illinois for a few years, had a few ACL injuries, but then came back to skating and then has just continued to improve. So a great athlete.
Clean start.
What we want to see from Sarah here is just get down into that skating, and she's really improved that part of her opener. 10.7 on the board for Warren, 10.9 with our transponders here. It's like all our transponder times on the screen here, a little bit slow.
Warren with an edge as they come around to the home stretch.
And she's been having a great preseason here so far.
Here she comes to the line.
Very nice, 38.62. So that puts her in fourth. Oh, Greta with a 39.50. That's saying sixth place, if I remember right. I think Mackenzie Brown had the exact same time. So that will be one where they'll have to go to that photo finish and see, and that's an important one because there's only 5 spots.
And then tomorrow
Yep. Yeah.
could be the deciding factor
Right.
in that.
We'll factor those in as well. Say it's probably more important for Mackenzie to get that spot here because Greta is more of a long distance, middle distance skater. So she'll be probably even more competitive in the distance races, where Mackenzie is more of a sprint type athlete.
That's going to wrap up our first session of the day, the women's 500 meters, and no surprise, Erin Jackson leading the way.
Yeah, I figured Erin and Kimmy would be really, really close. Brittany, I thought, was a good, solid race. Other than that stumble that she had in the inner corner there, put on a good, solid race. I know she's changed her strategy since the 2022 games, working more with the long-distance team now and the long-distance coach, Gabriel Girard. But trying to take some of that newfound training and distance ability and transition it back into speed now. So good to see her. I thought that was a race that she showed some good progress in as well. And then Sarah, honestly, Sarah, closing the gap, and that's something that she's wanting to do on those girls like Erin and Kimmy. Okay, last year I was a second and a half away. Now she's finishing a half a second away from them. So great improvement there. Should set her up well to be more competitive on the international level too, because if you're close to those girls, you're close to everybody, because they're some of the top in the world.
We're going to take a break as we get the ice resurfaced, and we'll have the men's 500 meters coming up here in about 20 minutes.
Should be a good one.
Welcome back to the Pettit National Ice Center here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where the U.S. Speed Skating Long Track Championships are taking place. I'm Ted Rutan, joined by Matt Corman. And Matt, we had a good first session there with the women's 500 meters, and no surprise, Erin Jackson with the fastest time.
Right. I thought it would be between her and Kimmy Getz, and yeah, they put on a show there for us, but both skating on a really, really high level. So
now we're ready for the men's 500, and we have, I believe, 27 pairs or 26 and a half, as the first one, Kellen Dunphy, will be skating alone.
Yep, and Kellen, one of our long-distance skaters. So, as I had mentioned during the women too, some of these athletes are just using this for a tune-up as well. Doesn't mean he doesn't want to put in a good time, but definitely his specialty is yet to come. But Kellen's been working really closely with the national team this year. Took a big step last year in the distance racing, making his first World Cup teams, and got to travel over to Europe and had some really nice races at the World Cup final as well.
So he gets the first time here in the men's 500, under 40. And now coming up here with the first full pair, Miles Newman and Chris Ord.
And Miles, a B1 skater. And when I say that, we basically have three different categories for the juniors, C, B, and A. And so C1 would be the youngest, which is 13, C2, 14, and just so on and so forth. So B1 is 15, B2 is 16. And this is their ages at July 1st of the year. So some of them may have a birthday after and be older than that, but that's the general categories.
Pair number 2 is away.
Miles, nice and stable there in the opener. Seeing that upper body and hips stay in line, so that's good. Chris Ord from the Salt Lake City Club, Oval Speed Skating Club. I'm guessing we'll see some of his kids out here as well. Chris is also in the Masters division, like we saw with the women too. We got lots of juniors paired with master skaters.
And Newman crosses the line with 45.13. Again, our times are unofficial, folks, so don't hold us to that, to the 10th or 100th.
Yep, absolutely.
Up next, we have on the inner Tristan Boyd and Theron Sands.
Yes, again, another Masters versus Junior. Tristan out of Colorado Springs. Colorado Gold is the name of their club. You can see with the gold on the suits there. But I believe he's going to school here at, I want to say Milwaukee Technical College, I believe. So he just recently moved here. He's a freshman in school. And Theron is in the over 60 division for our Masters competitors.
Great to see someone still competing at this championship in this age group.
Yeah, that speed skating position is not one that's all that enjoyable for too long, to be honest. So you definitely have to train for it. And Theron, too, I do believe is more of a distance skater as well. So I'm sure he's probably using this as a little bit of a tune-up race as well.
Boyd coming around to the home stretch. And Matt, sometimes when we're watching this, it looks like, oh, they're just moving along.
Right.
When you're here in person and you get to see this event, you realize how fast
Yeah.
they're racing.
Yeah, if you ever get the opportunity to get down on ice level too and just see how quickly they actually go past you, it's incredible. But it's super deceptive with like kind of a slower cadence in a way, you know. It's not like running where you see in a lot of leg speed necessarily, even when they're up to full speed. So you really kind of got to get down there and just see what it's actually like when they go flying by.
So our next pairing we have from, I believe, Minnesota, Landon Bogey, and on the outer, Anthony Palladino.
Yep, we have the little Midway, Colorado battle here. Midway again from the Minneapolis area, Roseville. Two junior C skaters, Landon a C1 and Anthony a C2. It's great, I got to meet Landon this year at our junior development camp, and I hadn't ever met him before, so that's what I really love about doing these camps. It really gives me an opportunity to meet a lot of these kids that I might not normally, you know, cross paths with.
So again, the C1 and the C2, what age group would?
So C1 is 13 and C2 is 14.
So great experience for these youngsters here in Milwaukee in a close race. Bogey.
Yeah, pretty cool. These guys going to be out here compete, and then, you know, they'll have a little bit of time, and then they can watch the world champion coming up here a little bit later too.
Next up, Joshua Creeder and Caden Woods.
Take another Colorado skater here with that Colorado gold suit. And again, another one of the Masters versus Juniors matchups.
Joshua in the 35 and over.
Yep. Probably young enough, or I don't know if you want to be called a master yet. I know we have some on our national team that are in the Masters division technically as well too, in the 30 and 35 division.
And a false start, so we'll do this one more time. Pretty close on the first 100.
Yeah, it doesn't look like our graphic is giving us the both of them there. Yeah, some very close racing here. A little, looks like he's going by him on the backstretch there on the inner. So the outer lane switches to the inner lane and vice versa. In general, the outside skater coming from the outer lane to the inner lane always has the right of way. Because they're technically in the lead at that point.
And Woods comes through with a pretty nice time there. No time up for Woods. Unsure why that didn't register.
Yeah, maybe something with the beam or whatnot, but generally the photo finish is pretty dialed into getting everybody, so I'm sure we'll get that official time a little bit later.
Next up, Kyler DeGroot. And from Colombia, Thomas Estevez.
Another one of our Colombian competitors for the Colombian Championships. False start. So both skaters will now be assigned a false start. So if anyone was to jump again, they would be disqualified now.
Now, if you can maybe explain a little bit here why Estevez starts a little differently than most of the other skaters.
We'll take a look here. He might be, I thought maybe he was even going to do what we call a kangaroo start, but yeah, I think he's one of those ones that's new to ice as well. Coming over probably from inlines. You can see he doesn't have a hood on either. So I'm guessing he just has a short track suit on when the short track suits don't have hoods. Not a huge deal, but I'd say generally it's a little faster to have that hood up and be a little bit more aerodynamic, but you know, he's just starting out, so.
Good learning experience.
Yep. It's not a big deal. So come on out with whatever you have.
Kyler DeGroot coming around down the home stretch.
DeGroot leading down the final straight. DeGroot with a 44.41.
We got a 44.41 for Kyler. Estevez a 45.94 on our scoreboard here.
So as you mentioned earlier, with Chris Ord, now we have Gavin Ord.
Yep. And this is his oldest son, I believe.
And on the outer will be Jeff Terwilliger.
And we have that Masters versus Junior matchup once again. Gavin out of the Salt Lake Club and the Utah Olympic Oval. Jeff, I believe, skates out of Roseville, Minnesota. There's a lot of our Masters events here, both nationally and internationally. And 12.4 for Jeff, just a little bit ahead. Gavin with a 12.6.
Pretty close here between the.
Yeah, Jeff coming up on the inner there. Had the chase down the back stretch.
And Ord will get him by just.
Yeah, he held him off. He held him off. If I was to guess what was going to happen coming under that corner, I thought Jeff was going to get him. But nice, re-attack by Gavin there to hold him off.
So now next up, the inner skater will be Ryan Olenek. And on the outside, Orion Gatrell. Orion in the 35 and over.
Yep. Get another one of those Colorado gold skaters. Ryan, a junior A skater here. Probably starting to think about some of those junior world teams potentially, and I think he's maybe more of a long distance specialist, I would say. I don't want to say specialist, but a little bit better in the longer races. So, but in general, we try to have our juniors compete in everything that they can at the younger ages. Just get experience doing the sprints, get experience doing some of what we call long distance skating, and then when they get to be seniors, they can specialize a little bit more.
So familiarity with not only the competition, but also with this track.
Right. Yep.
So good start there for Olejnik. Now, what can a coach really accomplish on the backstretch in the 500 meters?
I think for the 500, it's the funniest thing there. I think it's maybe a little stress relief for the coach, but just to be doing something and yelling, you know. But for me personally, I almost hope they don't notice me. You know, don't get distracted by me as the coach. Like, you need to concentrate on your thing. And at this point, you're sprinting as fast as you can, so there's no pacing involved.
Not much you can really do to change your strategy at that point.
Occasionally, you can, if there's a close crossover on the backstretch, maybe there's some little cue you can yell out to help them execute that better. But yeah, you're going full tilt here, so. We do kind of joke about that internally as well, too, and the coaches, too.
So next up, we have Anson Quinn and Henry Schliesting.
Anson on the Saratoga Springs. See the Saratoga on his leg there. Henry's a local guy here in Wisconsin. Both participated in our junior development camp, so again, got to meet these guys and had a great camp with them. A couple of missteps there, you can see.
Schlichting with a 11.70, Quinn with 11.99.
So a slight lead there on the first 100
Yep.
for Schliesting.
We got hopefully their clean backstretch there. Close, like I said before, the person coming from the outer going to the inner has the right of way.
Schlichting on the inner coming down the home stretch.
Staying nice and stable there, Henry. That's good skating. Keeping those shoulders and hips in line.
Schlichting with a 42.11.
So
42.11 for Henry. 43.73 for Anson.
So we move on, and it is Samuel Hart Gorman and Jerry Metch.
Yep, should be a good pair here.
Next is pair number
A couple
10,
of juniors, a A1 and a B2.
Syracuse, New York. Samuel Hart Gorman.
Hart Gorman, I do know, prefers the distance races as well, so we're using this as a tune-up, but he's trains here in Milwaukee with Coach Mike Whitty. A great skater in his own right, but sister also won the gold medal in 2002 at the Salt Lake City Olympics, and also was a Olympian on track cycling. But a local West Dallas family here.
Hart Gorman opening with 11.32, Mesh with
Great.
11.51.
Metch might have had a little bit of a stumble there
Yeah.
at the start.
Yep. Usually, you just got to get right back into your skating as quick as you can. I think too often in the skater's head it feels catastrophic when it's really not as bad as it is, you know. So when I was coaching, keep skating through it, you know. It's way worse in your head than it actually is.
Hart Gorman at the finish close to the second fastest time.
So Hart Gorman comes in with a 41.56 unofficially again. So we're just about halfway through the men's 500 meters. Anything jumping out at you so far?
No, nothing too much, as I think it's gone pretty much as expected. I think we're seeing some nerves there, like you said. I think we've seen even a little bit more of the stumbling and things like that than we did in the women's, but you know, lucky for them, they have another one of these tomorrow if it doesn't go quite as well as they'd hoped today. But you know, these are also some of our younger skaters as well, so you're kind of expecting them to just learn and grow from the experience here, and they'll clean up through the year and through the weekend and continue to improve. So
a couple of younger skaters as well here with Keith Keoban and Edward Nagel.
Yep, two junior skaters as well. See that Midway logo on the leg there for Edward. And then Keith trains here in Milwaukee.
Clean start for pair number 11.
Rather close in the first 100
Very
meters.
close at the opening split. Nagel with a
Yep, Nagel just barely ahead, it looks like.
11.33.
See how this backstretch goes. Nagel gets the chase here, which is, I always like being able to see my pair in front of me. Just chase them down. Probably too far away to get much of a draft from them, but still nice to see your competitor in your field of vision.
Down the home stretch.
So it looks like he's pulling away here a little bit.
Keelvan with the second fastest
So
time.
Keelvan with the second fastest time so far for the men. 40.51 again, unofficially.
And Edward, 41.38 on the scoreboard there. Right now it shows them as ranked second and third.
So now the inner skater is Sam Chamberlain, and the outer is Mark Yanagihara.
Mark, a former wrestler, was a high elite level wrestler actually, out of Saratoga Springs, but has made the switch over to speed skating. And
That is an interesting
yeah, you don't hear that one very often.
combination. Wrestling to speed skating.
Yeah, I need to ask. I don't know exactly how he made the connection there to.
Would that
who
come
it
up in
was.
the mass race?
What do you mean?
The wrestling?
Oh yeah,
A little,
yeah.
little
Oh yeah,
contact
yeah.
action. Might have an extra move there.
Getting a little physical there. Sam Chamberlain out of the Midway area. His mom was a former skater as well on the U.S. national team in the early 2000s.
Chamberlain, the second fastest opener for the men so far.
Pretty big lead right now for Sam.
Sam's really growing too. I think you'll see some of these guys trying to coordinate those long legs that have sprung up here in the last couple of years.
Chamberlain at the finish with a 41.1. That moves into third.
That's a nice
on the
time
board.
for him.
Yanagihara with a 42.7.
You got 41.2 with the transponders, which is unofficial. But good solid race there. Looks like him and the coach are happy with that one. Looks like he did a nice job of just staying really low down that last stretch there. Had a few wobbles, but still, if you can just stay down, stay under that wind, push right to the side like he was doing there, you'll maintain your speed.
Our next pair from Brazil, Eder Lopez Moraes. And on the outer, Patrick Cosell.
Mahtomedi, Minnesota. Patrick Cosell.
So Lopez Moraes from Brazil.
Yeah, one of those international skaters that trains in Salt Lake City with us. Part of that FAST program there that hosts a lot of these international skaters.
And in this championship, it gives him a chance to post a time.
Right, I think what he's probably trying to do right now is earn an ISU qualifying time. So in order to do World Cups, you have to meet a minimum time. I don't think he has one at the moment, so that's probably what his big goal is right now, is to make sure that he can get that time, and then he can enter the World Cups.
And we have a very close race right here. And Moraes edges him out.
Good close race, and Eder's more of a distance skater, I would say, but Patrick clearly happy with that race. Arms raised. That's always fun to see.
And in this situation, you've got so many different skaters with different goals in mind.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Eder there, he's not competing against a whole lot of people. So pretty much he has that spot, but it's really about trying to earn that World Cup spot. And we mentioned before, you got people trying out for the Youth Olympic Games here, and that's 15 and 16-year-olds. And then There's also Junior World Cups in the fall, and that's all junior ages. And then there's the seniors, so you're trying to make a World Cup team here, which is how you qualify for World Championships. So there's a lot of different aspects going on for each of the different little age divisions here. And then, you know, this is also how we rank people nationally. So the Masters, you know, this is part of their national ranking. So they want to get as many points and finish as high as they can at this competition as well to get that national ranking.
And speaking of the Masters, here's Andrew Love on the inner and Aiden Meacham.
And I would say Andrew's probably one of the real leaders of the Masters skating movement, getting things organized for them and leading the charge there. So he does a great job with that. Super passionate guy. Love having him around. Used to write a great blog. I always teased him about bringing that back. Really had a way of describing speed skating, unlike what I've ever read before, so always enjoyed that. But still skates, and his daughter skates now too, RZ Love. But paired up here with Aiden Meacham, one of our up-and-coming junior skaters out of Colorado. One of these guys trying to probably make either the Junior World Cup team and later on in the year the Junior World team. We've got a good group of young men here in our junior ranks that are.
Meacham with the fastest time of the men so far.
Very nice time for him. He'll be happy with that.
Did he catch maybe a bit of a draft there on
I
that
think so.
on that backside?
I think so. Yep. Yeah, you want to use it, but I think sometimes people try so hard to get it, it screws up their skating. So you kind of gotta be careful. It probably takes a little bit of experience to know how to use it at the right times, but it can definitely be a helpful thing. And we'll see that for sure in our long distance races. People will try to set up for that draft on almost every lap potentially.
Next up, we have Jeremy Song and Dan Carney.
Jeremy out of the Puget Sound Club, I believe, and Dan, a local skater here, one of our top master skaters. Really, really good in these sprint races.
So we have a false start. I believe that's our second here of the men's 500. Our 15th pairing of 27 here in the men's 500 meters.
Whoa, whoa. A couple little awkward steps there for Jeremy, but he's back into it now. Dan with a slight lead there on that first opener, but looks like he's really closing in on him down this backstretch. So a good chase for him. Yeah, and you can see now he's going to come out well ahead here in this inner. Now we just want to stay down, make sure those blades are going a good direction, and skate all the way through the line.
40.93, that moves him to sixth fastest on the board. Song with a 42.15.
So Carney comes through with a 40.93.
Second set will be running tomorrow. Best time between the two events is what goes in the final standings.
Next up, Liam Kitchell and Zachary Jensen.
Yep, two of our up-and-coming juniors that I mentioned. Liam's out of Vermont and really is kind of new to long track speed skating. Was doing Nordic before, and yeah, has really, even just this year, it's kind of exploded onto the scene. So really excited for what he's going to do. Zach Jensen, actually kind of a baseball convert from what I understand, but just a all-around great athlete. So he's one of these guys too that hasn't been skating a long time, but just needs some time to get the feel right and be a little bit more efficient. And he's got the athletic capabilities. So
tight opener here. Kitchell 11.03.
yeah, really close here. Both low 11s. Liam just barely ahead.
This shapes up to be a close finish.
Yep, Zach coming up here on the inside. Let's see if Liam can hold him off or come back here this last stretch. Really tight race. Woo! And we have a
Jensen
crash.
goes down at the end. Let's hope he's okay.
Yeah, it looks like he's getting up.
That was so close down the stretch. He might have tried to give it a little lean, perhaps, at the
Yeah, I'd
end.
have to look at the replay there. I bet he was probably trying to shoot his foot out there at the finish line to get that skate across the ice first. You're supposed to make sure you keep it on the ice. It's illegal to lift it off the ice. People were doing that for a while, kicking out, trying to get extra time, but we had so many crashes that way because people are tired and kicking out and uncoordinated at that point in the race, and so they changed that rule up a little bit. But
I believe the ice is going to be okay there where he took that spill.
Next in pair number 17.
So up next,
Starting on
we have
Meadville, Pennsylvania, Nathaniel Beveridge.
Nathaniel Beveridge
Out from
and William Silk.
William Silk.
Will, I'll mention, is one of those juniors I was talking about. We got this really great group coming up. More of a long distance skater. We'll mention, he's probably tired of hearing this, but his dad was one of our great long distance skaters in the 80s as well. Got third at the all-around championships in 1988. And that was with a fall, which is incredible. But out of Butte, Montana is Will Silk. Yeah, then Nathaniel Beveridge here skates with the Dash program here in Milwaukee. You'd expect Nathaniel to get out a little quicker than William.
Start for pair number 17.
And
Beveridge.
right on cue.
Opener at 10.84. Silk with 11.16.
Will get the chase now. We'll see if he can close that gap down. Will going for a Junior World Cup position here, and we take the point total from all 4 races, so this does have value to him, even if it's not his specialty race. Oh, unfortunately, Nathaniel goes down. Will Silk, 39.5 from the transponders. To see what the official time is. Usually the official times are a little faster than what we're seeing from our transponder times on the scoreboard or on the graphics here.
So we've had a couple of our skaters taking a spill here
Yep.
at our last 2 races. Anything maybe with the track conditions or just?
I wouldn't think so.
Okay.
I wouldn't think so. Usually they check the ice and do a pretty good job to see if there's anything egregious out there with a rut or a divot in the ice. I'm guessing they're just going for it here and getting a little off balance.
We have officials out there looking at the ice to make sure right now.
Yep, and you can see one of our head officials coming over with the slush bucket. So he'll put some slush in whatever damage has been done to the ice, smooth it over, and usually they have this fire extinguisher here that'll kind of end up freezing it all quickly, and we'll move on. These usually take 2 to 3 minutes, I would say, to repair.
So coming up, we have Max Weber and Matthew Salm, and then as we get down to our final pairings, let's talk about some of the favorites we have here. Certainly, tell us a little bit about Jordan Stoltz?
Well, Jordan is a phenom.
Absolutely. I mean, 3 championships.
Yes, 3 world titles. He's the current world champion in this race, which was, one of my favorite races of last year to witness, because I had probably the least expectations for him in that race. But his last 200 meters at the World Championships was just stunning, really. Absolutely unbelievable. So, I mean, he's a heavy favorite, I would say, for anything through the 1,500, 500,000, 1,500. I'd say he's a heavy favorite. You're almost just kind of like, not if he's going to necessarily be the fastest, but by how much, and are we looking at track records? Are we looking at sea level world records? Things like that are kind of the targets for him. So should be a really, really exciting race there. And Cooper McLeod is no slouch either, and that's his pair. And it's funny, Cooper's 21 years old and got 10th place at World Championships in 1,000 meters. So this guy's a star in his own right, really. But, a lot of the limelight went to Jordan last year, just for good reason.
Yeah.
But then you're like, hey, but wait a second, there's this guy Cooper. That if we weren't talking about Jordan, we would be doing, cartwheels for the guy in celebration, because he's only 21 and
he's a young guy as well.
Yeah, really
so
young.
He could,
so
they're both still perhaps
dude, you're
approaching
still
their prime.
on a great pathway here. Like, there's no reason for you to be discouraged whatsoever.
You can see now they come out with the fire extinguisher.
Just going to give it a quick freeze there. We should be good to go.
Impressive how quickly they can fix that.
Yeah, they can crank them out. And usually, like I said, they're prepared with the bucket and all that, so it's just part of the routine now. We know we're going to have a couple of those incidences.
And ice repair is done here on the home stretch. Up next is pair number 18.
So a pretty good crowd here on hand for this first session today.
We do, yeah. It's hard to see the stands, but yeah, we do have quite a few people here. I know it's a free event to attend, so it's a real fun time to just, there we go. We got a shot of some of the stands, and then there's people lined up along the pads as well around the arena. So
for a Friday morning?
Yeah, for a Friday with work and school going on, it's good to see, and it's good experience for the athletes to be out here and skating in front of people.
Our next pairing now. Max Weber and Matthew Somm.
Somm with a little problem getting off the line there, but it's where you just got to refocus yourself. But Max, again, one of these up-and-coming juniors that I keep referring to. Lots of talent there. Just a great athlete. I know when he showed up to our junior camp this year, I wrote his coach right away. I was like, would you send me a tight end? Just like really filling out and getting so muscular.
And this is close coming down.
It's Weber leading on the outer. Here they come to the line.
And Max through with a 38.
Moves into the lead. Solid 838.74 has it running second fastest through 18.
The 2 fastest so far.
Yes. I'm sure Matthew's kicking himself right now with that start, but we mentioned you get another shot tomorrow.
And we're all ready to go for our next pairing.
Up next is pair number 19.
Carl Tatelli
Starting on the inner from Highland Park, Illinois.
and Brian Bullard.
Tatelli.
Carl, a member of our junior world team last year, won a medal in the mass start at the Junior World Cup as well. Trains with Jordan Stolz and the Bob Corby group. Bob, the coach of Jordan and Carl and Dylan Woodbury and Aiden Meacham. So that crop of juniors. He also coached Greta Myers, which I mentioned earlier, had a great year last year. But they've got a great group of junior guys, and they're really, really fun to hang out with and talk to, and excited for what they've got going.
Ballard with a very quick start.
That was very nice by Ballard. I like how he gets right back into that push on the opener. No wasted time.
And Ballard on the inner now should have an advantage, but
Carl's fighting back.
Pretty close to Telly coming. Wow, that was close.
Great lap by Tatelli there to bring him back. It looked like Brian was long gone, but Carl made it a heck of a race.
Again, these times unofficial, but only 400 separating the two.
Right. Yeah, great fight back there. Comeback from Carl.
Next up, Thomas Fitzgerald. And on the outer will be Andres Campo from Columbia.
Starting on the inner from Suffield, Connecticut, Thomas Fitzgerald.
Tommy was on our University Games team last year. That's where he got that Team USA suit. Competed in Lake Placid and had just an outstanding competition there. And he's one of these guys that just continues to improve and improve. He's in that tough position where you're in between junior and senior and trying to bridge that gap, but he keeps bringing his times down and getting closer and closer to that international senior level, I'd say. And I'd say he's more of a long distance skater versus a 500 meter skater, so we're using this for a little bit of a tune-up for some of those races. Doesn't mean he doesn't want to get a personal best or a Pettit personal best.
Fitzgerald moving to the outer, Campo to the inner. Onto the home stretch. It's
Oh, Campo with some problems coming out of that corner. Almost went down.
Fitzgerald to the finish.
So Campo looked like he had that trouble there on the fourth curve and just glided through, knowing he's going to have another chance.
Kind of mailed
tomorrow.
It in there at the last 100.
And of course, he was in the rear view mirror for Fitzgerald, so that didn't affect him whatsoever.
Right.
Next up, we have Dylan Woodbury and Casey Dawson.
Okay, I mentioned Dylan working with that Coach Bob Corby group with Jordan and Carl, who we just saw. Aiden Meacham. He just moved here to Milwaukee. He's originally from Salt Lake City, but going to Marquette University here in his first year in college. And then Casey has been on our long-distance national team for quite a few years now. Part of the world record team for team pursuit. World Cup champion in the team pursuit. Bronze medalist at the Olympics in the team pursuit. Great TP skater, and also a great 5,000, 10,000 meter skater, and 15 really.
So this should be rather competitive here.
Second fastest opener at 10.64. Dawson, fourth fastest at 10.75. It's a battle of Park City in this pair. As Woodbury moves to the outer, Dawson to the inner. Woodbury leading on.
Looks like Woodbury is going to take it here.
Here they come to the finish. It's going to be Woodbury to win the pair and set the new fastest time with a 37.
Low 37 there for Dylan.
Dawson, second fastest.
We had Dawson 37-35 on the scoreboard. A little bit off there on our transponder times here. But good pair there. You can see we're really starting to pick up the level now here, and I think we'll continue to see faster and faster skating as we go.
So now we have Augie Herman and Emery Lehman.
Augie on our junior world team last year. Won the junior world title in the men's team sprint division. Him, Jordan, and John Tobon together won that at the World Championships. And then Emery Lehman, man, he's been to, let's see, how many Olympics now? 3 Olympics. And he's still pretty young, but also part of that world record team pursuit team. One of our top long distance skaters, but really trying to focus more and more on the 1500 now. So curious to see what he does in that later on today.
Herman with a good start there.
So Emery getting a good chase here now. Let's see if he can bring him in. He's a few tenths behind after that first 100 meters. Looks like he's closed that gap now, and I'd expect him to go by.
He does. Lehman, 37.13.
Herman, 37.29.
So that's our second and third fastest so far. And as we get closer to the end of this, the time's just getting faster and faster.
Yeah, we're going to start seeing some 36s here. I would guess in this pair we'll see our first 36.
Tanner Worley and Jonathan Tobon.
We expect Tanner should have a pretty good lead here after the 100 meter, and then we'll see what John can do to bring him in. So as mentioned, John was teammates with Augie in that pair before, won the junior world title in the team sprint. This is his first year as a senior. Oh, false start. Kind of looked like Tanner had an awkward movement, or was delayed in getting down into his set position there. I don't know if that's what they'll call him for. Kind of screws up the timing for both skaters that way. Oh, here's our finish here. Emery Lehman coming by into first place here now, or second place, I should say, with that low 37. Great race by him. He continues to work on that speed development that he needs for that 1500, so good to see that fast, strong finish. But here we go with Tanner and Jonathan.
Clean start.
Tanner can occasionally go under 10 seconds in the 100-meter opener here. On our scoreboard, we got 10.05 for him. Tobon 10.38, and now does John have it in him to chase him down? Looks like Tanner, to me, is maintaining his lead now.
There's a pretty healthy lead coming down.
And, oh, very nice. Very nice. On our scoreboard, we have 35.74 for unofficial time. Tobon 36.47. So that's a great race by Tanner right there. I mean, good for Tobon too, in all reality.
And that is the second fastest.
Lights out.
So
Yeah,
far.
yeah. Tanner was lights out there in that race, though.
So coming up next, the inner, Sabian Tinson. And our outer skater from Switzerland is Oliver Grob.
So there's some serious talent in this pair. Sabian is a former world champion on inline skating. Making the transition over to ice, hasn't been skating for very long, but full of potential and talent. And I was watching Oliver last weekend too, and he's got some incredible power. An inline skater as well. So if he can get down and just skate efficiently, Both these guys have tremendous potential. And Rob got at least on the scoreboard a 10:06 there. Sabian with a 10-2. He's going to get a good chase here on Sabian now. If he can have a good clean last inner, should be a good race. See if Sabian can fight back here.
Grob is going to hold him off.
Okay, we got Grob there in second place now. Oh, the replay. Great finish there by those two guys. Sabian really came after him there, trying to close that out.
Just 3 pairs remaining, ladies and gentlemen.
So now we're down to our final 3 pairs, and we have Austin Kleba.
On next in pair number 25.
Yep, Austin from the 2022 Olympic team. So we're going to see some Olympians here coming up. Longtime member of our national team, as was Will Gebauer here.
From Whitefish Bay, Wisconsin.
Should be a great race here. Felt like a long hold to me for the starter, but I don't know, maybe.
Very close in the first 100.
Low 10 for Austin and Will. That's a nice opener for Will, 10-1-7. I know he's had been struggling with that opener for a little bit now, but
this is going to be tight.
Ooh, Kleba through. 35.65 for Kleba, 35.72 for Will.
And there's another
And that's
look
first
at
and
that
second.
finish. Yes.
Man, that was a heck of a finish. Wow, great job there, guys.
So now, Connor McDermott, Mostowi, and Zach Stoppelmore.
Yep, 2 members of our national sprint team. I'd expect Zach is going to get out a little bit faster than Connor here, but Connor has one of the best laps in the world, so I think we'll have a really close finish here. But both guys, I think, are head and shoulders above where they were last year in every element, in their training, in their technique, in their mindset. It does appear Zach's out a little bit in front now, but like I said, let's see what kind of lap Connor can throw down. 10.00 for Stoppelmore, 10.37 for Connor. So Zach's going to get a nice chase here. That is great for him, especially knowing how fast Connor is in the lap.
Stoppelmore trying to hold him off, and it looks like he will.
Great race. Zach takes the lead there. Comes through in a 35.36 for Zach, 35.53 for Connor. Connor didn't quite have enough to make up that opening deficit there. A couple of really good races, though.
And now we come to our final pairing, the one that you were alluding to earlier with 3-time champion Jordan Stoltz and Cooper McLeod.
Yep. 2 incredibly talented sprinters here. We'll see a good battle down this 100-meter, and to me the key is for Cooper to really just settle down and skate technically well in the lap here. I think he has a tendency to just kind of rush it a little bit, but if he can just skate technical and smooth, you know, he can give Jordan a good run for his money here, but would expect Jordan comes out on top.
Clean start.
Both guys in the 9.8 range, so 9.80 for Jordan, 9.89 for Cooper. Cooper will get a little chase here, and this is where he just needs to be smooth and use his power and try to bring Jordan in.
And down the stretch, and
we've got a good race. We've got a good race.
Here they come to the line.
Stoltz.
Very nice race for both guys. 34.67 for Stoltz, holding him off. Cooper with a 34.85, and these are some great sea level times. Like I mentioned, you know, I mean, it might not be a full second, but if we're at altitude, we're in the 33s now. And that's some rarefied air when you start getting into the 33-second 500s.
Well, no surprise, but still exciting.
Right.
As Jordan Stoltz was able to hold off Cooper McLeod there in a very tight race.
Yeah, it's great to see. It's great to see these young guys pushing each other. You mentioned Jordan, of course, got all the recognition last year, which he deserved, but Cooper's making a run. So it'll be cool to see these two guys push each other to new heights.
A great start today, and we want to thank all of our fine sponsors. Unbottled.com, Under Armour, USANA, Rise Bar, Utah Sports Commission, University of Utah Health, and of course, the Rudy Project. We will take a break, but we're going to come back with more great action here from the Pettit National Ice Center in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 11:26 Central Time will be our next race, and that'll be the 1500 for the women. Back in a little while, folks. Welcome back to the Pettit National Ice Center here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where the U.S. Speed Skating U.S. Long Track Championships are taking place. I'm Ted Rutan, joined by Matt Corman. And Matt, we had a great morning session of the women's 500 and the men's 500. The favorites, the stars, performed as expected.
Yep.
And now we are coming up with the 1500.
Yeah, we had some great first races there. Ended with a spectacular finish there with Jordan Stolz and Cooper McLeod going out just like we would expect and on a high elite level. Cooper really challenging Jordan there. And, yep, on to the 1500 meter women now. So a little bit of a different race here. It's considered a middle distance race. While it is somewhat of a sprint, it's an extended sprint here. We'll go 3 3/4 laps. So this first part here is a 300 meter opener, and then we have 3 to go when they come around here. So
Valentina Vargas from Colombia and Evie Ferrer.
Evie, a local skater here, and as we can see on our graphic there, the Vargas from Colombia. I believe she's one of the ones that maybe hasn't had a lot of experience in skating, but out here for the Colombian Championship. Probably an inline skater, so more used to being on wheels than on ice, but good to see her out here and competing at the Colombian Championships.
And then maybe you could explain for everyone the crossovers here.
Yep. So each time if you're coming through that first inner corner, you're going to cross over on our backstretch to the outer corner. And every time you go through that backstretch, you're going to do a lane switch like that. And that just helps to make up the staggered start that they have and make sure that the lap stays at an even 400 meters. And usually they're pretty clean there, but sometimes athletes will get in their way. If we had a closer pair here, you'd see some gamesmanship of people trying to draft on each other. Hopefully there's no contact made there. Sometimes there are some disqualifications that can come up. We'll probably especially see that more in some of the younger ones that don't have the experience of how to handle that crossover situation. But hopefully they can get through that cleanly.
So now here comes Evie Ferrer with 1 lap to go. Obviously much more experienced here at this 1500.
Yep, and now you just want to really focus on your technique and staying down this last lap. This is where it's really easy to lose that knee bend, get really kind of high and forward on your skates, and then your pushes start going backwards instead of to the side, and you really start losing speed. But it looks like she's doing a nice job here of maintaining her speed through the finish, so should be a good final time.
So a personal best for Evie Ferrer.
2:24 on the scoreboard, 2:25 through the unofficial transponders. And 1 to go for the Colombian skater. Evie with a really nice job there, I thought, of staying down that last lap.
And Vargas getting the experience.
Yep. It's probably her first races ever here. So good to just get out there and get this one under your belt. The Colombian Federation is small when it comes to ice, but like I had mentioned earlier in the day, there's lots of talent in the inline world over there. They're one of the most dominant countries in the inline competitions. So they just need time on the ice, really.
So she'll get a hand as she does complete that 1500. And while that may seem insignificant to others, that's a personal best for her.
Yep. And that's where you start, and a lot of this it's you against the clock. So just trying to improve and make your technique better, more efficient.
Starting on the inner. From Milwaukee,
So on the
Wisconsin,
inner for our second pairing, Vanna Schill,
starting on the outer.
and on the outer
Barb
is
Johnson.
Barb Johnson. Again, Barb,
Yes.
one of the seniors.
Yes, Barb,
Excuse me, masters.
one of the best master skaters in the world, in the 70 and over division, and one of our youngest skaters here in Bona Schill, a C1 skater. But Barb is a total technician. It's really kind of fun to watch her skate against more inexperienced skaters and just see the contrast between what she does technically and the others, and how smooth and precise she is with her skating compared to a more inexperienced skater. So I really love watching her skate. She's just an absolute technician out there. And this will be interesting here too, to just see how the pacing goes. Usually the younger skaters start out a little bit too aggressive, I think just by their nature and lack of experience. Not knowing Vanna that well, I don't know if this is in line with her pacing, or will we see Barb slowly start to bring her in. So we'll just have to watch and see how this plays out for the two of them. In general, you want that first lap to be more of a technical lap, we call it, or easy speed, or just trying to be as efficient as possible. And then that second lap is when you're really or 2 to go is when you're gonna really start building those corners to try to maintain that speed. So I really say with 2 to go, that's one of the most critical points in a 1,500 meter race.
And there is the crossover for Schill. And you can see Barb Johnson not all that far behind.
No. She's hanging in there, and we'll see what we can get in the last lap here, if she's able to close some of that distance
Coming up to one
or
lap
not.
to go.
But Vanna looking really strong here, keeping a good rhythm to her skating.
On the outer.
Like to see that, like staying down with it too. So this looks like a really good skate by Vanna.
Johnson 40.99.
So about 5 seconds between the two.
Barb just a second slower in that lap. So in a way, while she is still losing ground, I think she's losing less now than she was at the beginning of the race.
Here comes
So
Schill
now
on
coming
home
down the
stretch.
home stretch, Vanna Schill.
Time and a new personal best.
Again, keeping a nice rhythm there, staying down. Those legs are hurting at this point. Well, we didn't get a clock stoppage on our board. For the transponders, we got a 2:27 though for Vanna and a 2:34 for Bob.
The secondary for Schill's official time.
So we'll see what we get from official later on.
Once again, we just want to remind those watching that the times that we have are not official. Again, we have the transponders and the other different timing measurements.
Right, the photo beam, or the beam system, and then the photo finish system. And last but not least, our manual timers. We've got a good group of volunteers here that are doing it the old school way with the stopwatches. If all else fails, we've got a stopwatch on you.
Next up, we will have Natalie Rodriguez Hasselback and Caitlin Lee.
Next in pair
Caitlin, one of those ones, I believe, out of Puget Sound under Coach Lee's tutelage.
Rodrigo Hasselback.
One of us, a powerhouse of a club there, and producing incredible skaters year after year. So you want to open aggressive here, get up to speed pretty quickly, and then, like I said, just settle in that first lap, be as relaxed as you can be without losing your speed. So this first 100 meters here, you want to still be pretty darn aggressive, get up to that speed, and then we go into kind of like a speed maintenance phase.
This is pair number 4 on 18.
Caitlin with a slight lead here coming down this first 300 meter opener.
Lee opening with a 30.74.
Pretty close there through the through the first 300.
Yep, just about 3/10 separate the two skaters. Caitlin will get a nice little chase down the backstretch here. Now we should just be trying to maintain their speed as best they can here. And what we're really looking for is that they don't drop their lap times too drastically from lap to lap. I'm going to try to keep those pretty close with the lap time and the drop. So Caitlin right now with a 36.7 for her lap time. We'll see what she can do here on this second lap. Hopefully it's within a second and a half, I would say. We don't want to drop more than 2 seconds a lap. Sally starting to pull away a little bit here, it looks like. Caitlin maybe was a little bit too aggressive on that first lap and opener.
One lap to go.
Yep, dropped to 42.7, so a little bit more of a drop than what we would want to see. But we'll see what she can muster up now in this last lap. A lot of time the younger guys will have a middle lap that's slow, and then they can almost negative split the last lap here, as they're still trying to gauge their energy expenditure throughout the course of a 1500, which just takes experience and time.
And Rodriguez Hasselback seems to be full of energy coming across the finish line there.
2:29.68 on the scoreboard. Lee comes through 2:38.59.
So a personal best there. Our next pairing will feature Finley Descartes and Elena Stave.
Again, a couple of junior C skaters, which means 13 and 14 years old. And as we continue to say over and over, another Puget Sound skater against a Midway skater from Minnesota.
Now in this 1500 for the younger skaters, is that a bigger learning curve?
I think so. I think just trying to figure out what that pacing is going to be like.
Because it is a middle distance.
It is a middle distance, and you know, a lot of them are just starting. So trying to gauge that efficiency of where you're supposed to put your energy and where you need to be more relaxed is really tricky at first. So I think you just need to get some reps in there. But it's always good to have a little bit of a game plan going in on where you plan to attack the race, where you plan to relax a little bit. And hopefully the coaches have gone over that with them and what their technical cues are and, you know, what their tactical ambitions are for each race. So you can see Stave here too, swinging both arms, which is generally not something that you would do in the 1500 meter. In fact, I'd say the trend now on the elite level is to actually have two arms on your back. Traditionally, we would always be one arm up, but now more and more, at least on the straightaways, people are going to two arms on their back. And believe it or not, it's easier to do. It's more relaxing. It's better for wind resistance as well to have the arms up on the back. It's a lot of work to keep them both down like this, but
we could see some of the coaching there on the backstretch.
Yep, probably just reminding them of their tactical strategy here, how they wanted to execute the race. But sometimes I know I was talking about the two arms up, sometimes it's just fun to watch someone, hey, he's throwing caution to the wind, I'm going to put both arms down and I'm just going for it. Nothing wrong with that. figure out where your limits are, and then you can readjust for your next race. Does look like she's maintaining her skating pretty darn well here, though. So
pretty good form going through.
Yeah. You know, you want to see them look the same from the start to the finish. A lot of times what you'll see is they'll, like I said, they'll get higher. They'll lose that knee bend and the pushes start going backwards, but really, really solid race there. 2:19.05 on our scoreboard. So great race for her. Finley, 2:32. So great performance there for the Midway skater.
So our fifth pairing coming up. Karen Sayatama from Colombia and Charisse Wilkins.
Up next is pair number 5. Starting on the inner from Columbia, Karen.
We mentioned in the 500, Charisse, a top-level short track skater for a long time.
Charisse Wilkins.
Now coaching and apparently competing. And then Karen from Colombia, training at the Salt Lake City program, the fast team. Coach Mitch Whitmore, which we'll probably see on the backstretch here, giving her some cues. He's got quite the international collection of athletes. He's got Brazilians, Argentinian, Swiss, Denmark, obviously Colombia, American skaters. It's kind of fun to see some of their training sessions, just see all these people from across the globe getting together and, you know, working towards a common goal.
So Sayatama with a pretty nice opening 300.
So now she just wants to settle in, get that rhythm, just establish that rhythm so you can be just like a metronome out there. Keeping that rhythm going, keeping that speed that you worked so hard for in the opening 300 meter. Now we're just all speed maintenance here. Coming up on 2 to go here, and I think the general rule of thought here is really start to build these corners now. So you're going to put a little bit of extra effort here into this corner to help you maintain your speed, and especially on the exits here. Trying to make sure, okay, I'm keeping my speed here, and then you can relax a little bit again down that straightaway.
Looks like Wilkins has made up some of the deficit.
Anticipate we should have some pretty exciting races in here for some come from behind type things and things like that, as the different strategies kind of play themselves out, where you'll see some people being very aggressive at first and others know that they can finish strong, and so I'm guessing we'll see some good strong finishes. And even there, you know, Charisse had a faster lap on that last lap here, so she is closing the gap. Let's see how much she can do here in this last lap, and it looks like she's going to make this really close. I'd say she might just go by her down this last straightaway here.
And she is now taking the lead, just as you called it.
Wilkins on the inner.
And Charisse Wilkins.
A great last lap there, almost the same as the previous lap. You can see she was 3 seconds faster in that lap than Sayatama.
Wilkins into second on the board, Sayatama to third on the board.
So Wilkins, the second fastest on the board here in the 1500. And Sayatama just looked like she ran out of gas a little bit, maybe a little too fast to pay the first couple of laps.
Absolutely, and that's just that experience too. You know, hopefully she can make that adjustment for the next race and get a little bit more, because we don't want to see quite that big of a drop in the last lap.
Audrey Hahn and Keely Whitcomb.
Almost think we need to set up a club battle here. We got Midway and Puget Sound going at it for quite a few pairs here. We need to put something on the line between the two here and make another competition out of this, as if we don't already have enough stuff going on.
So we'll see that first split has Audrey Hahn with about a half-second advantage. 31-12 and 31-68 for Whitcomb.
Yeah, and what's fun about these longer races is just to watch it develop, you know. There's a little bit more of an unknown, it feels like, on, like I said, who's going to come back, who's going to be good at the end, you know, who's going to go out too fast. So it's kind of fun to watch that play out and really look at their lap times here. So obviously we'll see where they're on their first lap, but it's always telling that second lap now coming up.
Hahn with a 37. Let's see what it says on the board up there.
37.6.
37.6. Yep. And 39.1 for Keely Whitcomb.
So this will be a really telling lap here to just kind of see who's falling off and who's maintaining their speed here. So Audrey would like that 37, so can she keep it under 40? I think would be a really good sign that she's pacing herself pretty well.
So
right at 40.
Yeah,
yep.
40.2 and 40.9 for Keely Whitcomb.
Yep. So a little bit of a fade there, but not too drastic. So I think she's doing fairly well with her pacing here, and she brought the two arms down, so she must feel like she has some left in the tank, it looks like.
Audrey Hahn with a fairly comfortable lead in this pair. Let's see how she comes in compared to her personal best.
And Hahn through. Oh, a nice last lap. Went from a 40.2 to a 40.8, so what a great drop there. And Keely kept a 40 as well, so good jobs with their last lap, not dropping too much.
They both saved up pretty well,
right.
It looks like.
Yep.
So our next pairing, Leah Choi and Avery Hayes.
Pair number 7, starting on the inner from Edgewood, Washington.
So Leah again from the Puget Sound Club. Avery from the Salt Lake City area. The Utah Olympic Oval program. Been skating a little while, but I'd say relatively new to this kind of a competition, like the America's Cup competition. So a little bit of a bigger competition for her that she probably hasn't experienced too often.
Start here for pair number 7.
I know Leah Choi is one of those in contention for the Youth Olympic Games in Korea in January. So this is a critical race for her because we take the point totals from the 500 and the 1500, add them together, and those with the lowest point totals end up being on the team here.
30.3 for Leah Choi on that first 300.
We actually have her coach, Coach Lee, on the backstretch there is going to be the Youth Olympic Games coach for us this year. So if she does end up making the team, it'll be nice that she has her own coach there. And as I had mentioned, Coach Lee is from Korea originally, coached the Korean national team, and it'll be great to have someone there that's a native speaker as well and can help guide the team.
34.94 on that second lap for Choi.
Yeah, so this will be the telling lap here. How close can we keep it to 34.8? I'd like to see her keep that within 2 seconds if possible. thinking if she can keep it to a low 37 or so. It's a halfway decent fade. And 36.2. Excellent second lap there. Very nice for her. Looks like a well-paced race right now. Hayes with a 40.2 for that lap. And she'll want to try to keep that pretty close here. But Leah looks strong. Looks like she is really fighting to keep this lap time down.
And she has the second fastest time so far coming into this final lap. And
both arms down. Oh, this is great to see. This is a good fight for her race. Oh, very nice. 2:18 for Choi. Really good. So she takes the lead with that.
Here comes Hayes to the finish.
37 on that last lap for Leah Choi.
Yeah, only a second drop for her then. And then Avery, too, kept it in the 40s for 2 laps in a row. So
So we're through 7 pairs, and coming up now for the 8th will be Natasha Gakovic and Natasha Radulovic.
two good friends.
Starting on the inner, Natasha Gakovic. On the outer,
Both from the Midwest area here.
Nastasia Rudilovic.
Nazi Radulovic is on our junior development team, and like I mentioned earlier too, Natasha was just 1 spot off of our junior world team last year, so I'm sure she has her eyes set on achieving that goal this season here. It's always tough when you're just that first person out, but she's been putting in some good work with her coach Mike Whitty this year and hoping for good things near the end of the season. I know technically for the junior world team, that selection is going to be held in January, but there are some potential opportunities to do like a junior world cup here based on these trials.
And rather close through this first 300. Extremely close.
Yeah, 300's difference there, just on the scoreboard timing.
Rudilovic's personal best time in the 1500 is 2 minutes 14.31.
See Nazi taking a little bit of a lead now.
Let's see what her split is for the first.
2 laps to go. Split for Rudilovic.
34.58
Gakovic 34.5.
and 33.58 for
Currently
Radulovic.
first and second at this point in the race.
Okay, now we're on our critical lap here. Natasha's getting a good little chase there, so you can see her
See where they
up ahead.
stack up as we come up to the bell lap. Joy had a very strong last lap.
Let's see how close. I think it was a 33
Take the lead.
for Radulovic here. How close can she keep it to that? 35. Oh.
Gakovic 36.6.
So she picked up a little over a second on Gakovic.
Yep. Still looking strong here. Brought the 2 arms down. Looks like she is driving now to that finish. This looks to be a good solid race. I'm guessing she's not dropping too much in this lap either, so really good to see her maintain that speed.
She had a 34.99 on the previous lap. What did she finish up with?
35.4. A great last lap there.
13.38. Gakovic third fastest with a 2.
Really good to see her take that race out like that and keep it even.
213.3 unofficially.
Yep, a new leader.
Rudilovic moves her into the top spot.
Excellent race there.
Up next is pair number 9. Starting on the inner out of Oswego, New York, Sydney Terpenning.
So Sydney Terpenning and Elise Stave. Elena, Elise's sister, has already completed her 1500.
Yeah, and Elena had a great race too. So I think this is the big sis. So the sibling rivalry is on. Sydney, originally from New York, I believe, and training here in the Dash program in Milwaukee.
So Terpenning, 29.26 on that first 300. Nearly a second faster than Stave on that first 300.
Stave keeping her in her sights here. So we're going to come up to that very critical 2 to go lap. So both with mid 33s there for their lap times.
Stave actually a touch quicker on that first full lap, 33.4 to 33.5.
Yeah, the sisters going with the 2 arms down, both of them for the majority of the race. I'll have to ask their coach if that's their planned strategy.
And this is going to be extremely tight. Interesting as they are so close with 1 lap to go. Stave had a bit of an advantage.
Yep, Stave keeping it to a 1.5 second drop there. Just more than that. So that's a good solid drop there for her. Let's see if she can maintain that now here for this last lap. So critical to maintain that skating position. I mean, it feels slow, it's painful, but you have to do that to maintain your speed.
Trying to challenge for the top time. Gonna obliterate her personal best by almost
Stave.
Man, that was a great race. Yeah, we didn't get a stoppage on the board. We got 2:15.2 though on the transponders. So huge personal best for her. Managed to beat the little sis there. So.
And they both had great 1500s.
They did. They should both be ecstatic with their races. Wow, very nice work there.
Coming up next, Libby Williams and Ilsa Schob.
So Libby on our Junior World team last year. Almost won a medal at Junior Worlds last year. They finished 3rd in the team sprint, which normally is a medal, but unfortunately they got disqualified for a safety issue. They're supposed to wear these cut protective ankle guards, and one of the guards had come up a little bit on Greta Myers, her teammate, and they ended up getting disqualified and losing that medal.
On an equipment malfunction.
Yeah, which is just really, really painful, to be honest. And then Ilsa Schob on our University Games team last year in Lake Placid, and training out of Salt Lake City, originally from Minnesota.
Williams with a first 300 of 27.7.
Yeah, that's an aggressive opener. So, yeah, she's well ahead of our leaders at this point. Can she maintain it, though?
Over a second faster than Schob, and Schob has the second fastest 300. So, our quickest pair so far. See what Williams' first 400 split is. 31.2.
Yeah, way out in front now. 3.9 seconds ahead for Libby on the current leader. But Ilsa's got her in her sights now, and I'm sure she is planning on closing that gap here these last 2 laps. But will she have enough space? Because it does look like Libby's maintaining that lead pretty darn well.
Coming up to 1 lap to go, it's Williams
And let's see what this split is. 34-10.
Okay. Probably a little bit more of a drop than I would have hoped to have seen. But hopefully she has enough here in the tank to finish strong.
And Shob had a 34.44. And now we are on the last lap. Let's see what Williams can come up with here down the stretch.
Yes, was still well ahead of the leaders coming through that last lap.
Williams to the finish. With the new top time
We have a new leader now. Libby Williams, 2:10. Shob 2:11 on our scoreboard here. Again, each of these is unofficial, scoreboard and our transponders, which are displayed on the broadcast here. Libby Williams with some high fives on the backstretch, so she's happy with that.
And she and Shob come in with the first and second fastest times so far here in this women's 1500.
starting on the inner from Brazil, Larissa Paes.
So this pairing will be Larissa Paes from Brazil and Tasha Lindenshoff from Denmark.
Tasha with a little bit of extra upper body movement there on her start. Swinging the shoulders around, probably a little more than what I would recommend, but
Paes with both arms back.
yeah, and this is more what's becoming more and more popular is to have those two arms up down the straightaway here on the higher levels. I think the difficult part with having the two arms on your back is it's hard to maintain your stability and your balance without your arms down swinging, or at least one of them. At least it was for me, but people now have just practiced it enough that they're able to keep their technique and keep stable enough at a high speed with both arms up. So.
Lindenshoff, 32.01 on that first 400, 32.93 for Paes.
About 3 seconds behind our current leaders at this point. But we did have a little bit of a fade there from our leaders, from Libby. So let's see if she can maintain her speed here. This will be a critical tell here at this lap time.
33.3.
Okay, and if I remember, Libby was a 34.1, I believe, in the last pair, so she made up 8 tenths there. Yep, and you can see 2 seconds behind now. And still looking strong, so this could be our new leader here if she's able to maintain this speed. It's a pretty big come from behind here, time-wise, if she's able to, but definitely looking strong here down the stretch.
Lindenshoff.
And she does it.
2:09.64. Really made up some time on that last lap.
Yep, great last lap there. Did a 34.4 on the last lap, so. Yeah, that would have been a very contrasty race. If Libby and her were paired together, we would have seen quite the difference between where they were after 700 meters versus where they finished.
And would that have been the same had they been paired together? Perhaps maybe that would have changed a little bit of the strategy.
Yeah, then you wonder too a little bit too of who's chasing who when and how you want to play that out. So hopefully we'll see some of those pairs just like that coming up here.
Our 12th pair. Isabella Vargas Rodriguez from Colombia. And Ella Tipos
Two junior skaters. Isabella a B2, which means she's in the 16-year-old category. Ella is a C2, which means she's in the 14-year-old category.
Starting on the inner from Columbia.
Looks like our graphics are showing the incorrect
On the outer from Salt
people
Lake
right
City,
now. That's not
Utah.
Georgia or Melissa.
It's actually Ella Teeples and Isabella Vargas Rodriguez.
Yep. And we're off. Good starts from both of them, just down into their skating. Ella from Kearns, Utah. Her first year training with the FAST program. Was in the club before that, but was also our U.S. Speed Skating Development Skater of the Year.
Opening with 28.34, Teeples with
Almost a dead heat on that first 300. 2/100 separating them.
Rodriguez's personal best is a 2:08.8.
Yeah, this is already shaping up to be quite a race. Yeah, I'm almost dead even coming down this straightaway too.
Side by side. Running second and third fastest, Rodriguez with a
Only 1/100th difference
man.
on the on the
Yeah,
first full lap.
31.81 for Vargas and 31.82 for Ella Teeples. So who's got the pacing right? That's what it's going to come down to here.
Teeples on the outer.
Isabella had a nice little chase there,
Still neck and neck as it's an even
but
match
Ella
here.
is going to have the chase down the last backstretch. This is always the setup that I liked to have when I was skating, is to know I'm going to get the final chase in the final lap.
34.27, Teeples at 34.59.
So Isabella about 3/10 ahead. Does Ella have it here to chase her down in this last lap?
On the backstretch for the final time, Rodriguez to the outer.
Ella is
Teeples
2
to the
years
inner.
younger, but a great technician out there. Isabella fighting hard to hold her off, but here comes Ella.
Rodriguez with a slight lead over Teeples.
And
Oh.
here comes Teeples.
It's going to be close to that top time.
Oh man, that is close.
I think Rodriguez.
Yes, 6/100ths of a second ahead.
11.4.
Wow, that was a close one. Here's the replay of that finish. Oh, man, that was close.
What a great race as it was close throughout.
Yeah, they just battled the whole way. You kind of keep waiting. Is one of them going to break at a certain point in this race? But that was a full 1,500-meter fight right there.
Rodriguez got a little bit of a lead there with one to go,
Yep.
but Teeples came back and so close at the
Yep,
finish.
yep.
Georgia, Berkeland.
Very nice.
Next up, Georgia Birkeland and Melissa Dahlman.
And Georgia on the fast team, but also a member of our World Championship bronze medal winning team in the team pursuit last year. 2022 Olympian. Has done most of her international skating either in the team pursuit or mass start. But I know she's really hungry to start improving in some of these time trial events, get her ISU times in these time trial events, and compete internationally in these events as well. Really been working on her technique with Coach Mitch Whitmore, trying to become more efficient out there.
Birkeland, 27:47 in the first 300.
Berkeland currently running fast.
Yeah, way out in front of our current leader now. But if we remember, our current leader had a really, really great last lap.
1500 is a 2:02.22. Dahlman is a 2:06.85.
Birkeland
Berkeland on the outer, Dahlman on the inner.
with a large advantage after one full.
30.2 for that lap. So way out in front right now. Our fastest first lap as well. She has endurance too, so I'd imagine she keeps these laps relatively close. I think this last lap is going to be really, really critical for her. She still looks strong to me at this point. Keeping a good line, maintaining her position.
32.4.
So a 2-second drop, a little over 2 seconds. I'd like it to be a little bit closer, but it's also not horrible. But now she's got that long last outer here, trying to maintain your lead and maintain your pressure. And meanwhile, Melissa Dahlman is still ahead of the top time as well, so she's skating quite well as well.
Birkeland at the line.
Birkeland
With a
2:04.14 and Dahlman 2:09.53.
Yeah, great race from Melissa Dahlman as well.
Just 2 seconds off her personal
Taking
best
in second place now.
She goes in the
You know,
lead.
I got a little distracted there watching Georgia, but Melissa had a great race behind her as well.
So we now have 5 pairs remaining. Abigail Merckx and Piper Eady.
Starting on the inner from Hungary, Abigail Merckx. On the outer from Nashotah, Wisconsin.
Abigail has done some World Cup skating for Hungary, and Piper, a member of our junior world team, and she was also a member of that team sprint team that I talked about a little bit earlier that got third place, thought they had a bronze medal, but unfortunately that safety equipment malfunction cost them the medal.
But they can say they had the 3rd fastest time.
Well, yeah, there you go.
Looks like Eady with an advantage here in the first 300.
Yeah, and this is what I would expect out of this pair, that Abigail would be the one coming from behind here. Let's see Piper right on that same pace as Georgia, just barely off, about a 10th off of Georgia's opening time.
Merckx hanging in there.
Eady leading at the 2 laps to go split.
31.54 for Eady and 30.92 for Merckx.
Yeah, so Merckx came back on her on that first lap already, and it looks like she's gaining even more ground on Piper here. And this is, we really want to keep the drops in these lap times low in this lap. But yeah, you can see Merckx starting to take control of this race.
And with 1 lap to go, Merckx a little over a second ahead of Eady.
It's still 1.1 behind Georgia Birkeland. But looking the way that she is finishing here, I think she's definitely going to threaten Georgia Birkeland's leading time.
Here comes Merckx onto the home stretch.
If not surpass it. She's still looking very, very strong here. Doing a good job of maintaining her speed. And, oh, just off Birkeland.
2:04.4. About a quarter of a second.
Yep. Yep, didn't quite have enough to make up that deficit from the opener there on Georgia, but a great race nonetheless.
This is pair number 15.
From Columbia, Laura Michelle Rodriguez, and Marley Soldan.
Marley Soldan on our junior world team last year. Also a silver medalist in the team pursuit. Skated with Greta Myers and Thalia Staley to earn that world championship medal, which is very, very cool. And Marley's first junior world championships ever. And now just still a young skater, a B2 skater, so 16-year-old category. Expect another good race here. Laura Michelle Rodriguez is a great skater too, from Colombia. 1 year older than Marley.
Rodriguez will have the advantage after the first 300.
At the opening split, Rodriguez with 27.69, Soldan
27.69.
It's just 0.2 off of Georgia's opening time for Rodriguez.
Soldan's personal best is a 2:08.09.
I believe Georgia had a 30.2 for her first lap, if I remember correctly. We'll see how close they can get to that.
Soldan has taken that first full lap,
Soldan with a 32.19,
32.19.
So both skaters quite a bit off our leader right now. But again, this is all about maintaining speed, so they can make up a lot of time in these last couple of laps.
Soldan on the outer, Rodriguez on the inner, coming up to 1 lap to go.
Soldan with a slim margin. Rodriguez picked up a little bit there on that lap.
And 34.1 for Soldan, 34.5 for Rodriguez. And Soldan getting a great draft down the back stretch there. A good chase as she goes by her on the inside lane now after using that draft. Hopefully that can propel her here to the finish.
Soldan going to lead the pair to the line here.
And Soldan,
Just off with a
210.22.
Looks like that's currently 7th place for Marley.
Soldan just 2 seconds off her personal best.
So not quite her personal best, but still a strong effort.
Yeah, and I do believe her personal is probably from Salt Lake City or one of those altitude tracks as well. So
Next in pair number 16.
this should be an exciting pair here. I think we're going to start to have the speed of Sophia evened out by the distance here, so Mia will have a much better chance, I think, of keeping her close. I think they were paired in the 500, if I remember right, where Sophia beat her out, but Mia more of a long distance specialist, mass start, team pursuit specialist, but is known to throw down some good 1500s, so. Sophia, a former member of the Russian short track team, married a Danish guy, Victor Thorup, and trains in Salt Lake City, the two of them now, and has made the conversion to skate some long track.
Very close on that first 300. 26.71 and 26.73. Prosper Nova, a slight lead on that first 300.
Faster than Berkman's opener.
And Sophia's still relatively new to long track skating, so she's been trying to figure out her pacing and all that in these distances, which just takes experience. So, but having a nice, solid race here.
28.91 on that split for Mia.
Yeah, these girls are way out in front now of our leaders. And you can see Mia's strength taking over now, really building that inner corner. That looked like a great build by her.
See what this split is. 29.84.
Yeah, great job there. Less than a second of a drop for her. That is what you want to see. You can see her experience coming through here on how to pace this race.
And well ahead of the fastest time as of now. And Prosvanova also having a good run.
Yep, just try to keep Mia close here and down to the finish. This looks like a very, very good race by Mia. Yeah, 157.19 on the scoreboard. She did that last week in Salt Lake City or a couple of weeks ago. So to do that same time here at sea level is phenomenal. So great race by her.
At the 1500, what kind of a difference do you think it makes?
I still think it's almost a second a lap, so maybe 3/4 of a second or so. So to me, I would take 3 seconds off of that and say, yeah, that's probably a 154 in Salt Lake City, which is right at her personal best then.
And it is the best so far today.
Yeah, by a mile there.
So we're down to our final 2 pairs. In this one we have Greta Myers and Anna Quinn. Should be a great pairing right here.
Yep. Greta really exploded on the scene last year, getting a silver medal overall at the World Championships for juniors. Anna Quinn representing us at the University Games. But we have 5 spots for World Cups up for grabs here on the senior level, so I know these girls have their eye on that. And most of those positions are going to be filled from these last 2-3 pairs.
Myers out in front.
Greta has some good speed. I expect her to be in the lead here through the first 300 meters, which she is. 0.82 ahead of Mia Kilberg.
So her personal best of 157. We'll see if she can get to that in this race.
If she's able to do that here at sea level, that would be phenomenal for her. 28.7, so she's a second ahead. And Greta does have good endurance, but I would say this is where Mia's strength really shines through. Her second lap in this race was a 29.8. So let's see if Greta can keep that pretty close, and then it's all going to be down to the last lap.
Myers at the bell, still running fast with a 30.
So 30.5, a little bit off of what Mia was doing at this point.
Still slightly ahead of the
Slightly
pace.
ahead.
But we'll see if she can keep it up
Right,
here on this
right.
final lap.
Myers is going to finish on the outer, Quinn on the inner. Here
That
comes
big
Myers
last
at the
outer
final
there.
turn. Let's make some noise.
Fighting to maintain that speed.
Trying to set the top time. Coming to the
Myers
line.
trying to get the top time.
Myers
And
gets the finish. Second.
1:58.03.
So that will be the second fastest time behind Mia Kilberg.
A good solid race though for Greta there. I think you can really see Mia's experience show through in the way that she skated that race, at least tactically, where she was applying her energy. But good to see her. I mean, that's close to her personal, which I believe is in Salt Lake City at altitude. So if you're that close, she would have smashed her personal best at altitude. So all
now-
in all, great race.
Our final pairing, and this should be a dandy as well. Kimmy Getz on the inner lane and Brittany Bowe on the outer to start off.
And we'll see these two girls way out in front after this first 300 meters. Both of them are very aggressive in the 300 and also very capable sprinters. They come more from the sprint side, where Mia is more of a long distance skater who closes well. But these girls are trying to open up as big a gap as they can on Mia's time, and then just hold on here for that last lap.
And they are flying around that turn.
Yeah, these two are fearless when it comes to opening up in this race.
Bo with a slight
Yeah.
advantage.
Oh, and both under 25 seconds on our scoreboard. 24.8 for Brittany, 24.9 for Kimmy. That is flying.
It looks like Bo is going to come out of this with a bit of an advantage, but it is still close.
Bo leading at the 2 laps to go split. 27.54
Wow.
27.54,
Wow.
27.63.
Over 3 seconds ahead of Mia. Now I think this is going to be the critical lap. I think whoever has the fastest second lap here, I'm guessing is going to win the race. We'll see if my prediction is right.
Gets on the inner Bo, on the
Gets
outer
looking
Bo,
to
so
catch
the
Bo
one to go.
as they come down to the bell.
Bo
And
split
29.81 and 29.8 for Kimmy.
Just 2
So
tenths
Bo
of
just
29.
0.04 of a second faster there in that lap. But she does get this chase. Oh, a little stumble there on the backstretch.
Bo to the inner,
Probably
gets to
cost
the
her a
outer.
little bit of speed, but it looks like she is going to come through in front.
Bo's gonna
What a
catch
battle.
coming down the final 100.
Bo has the lead coming down the stretch.
What a battle.
She'll hang on in this pairing, but what will her time be?
Post a 154.79. That is a new fastest time.
Great race for the two of them. First and second place.
1:54.
Here's the finish. Brittany driving to that finish line.
Record, but a great performance here.
What a race.
And gets a grab spot.
It's fun to watch people be that aggressive with the race sometimes, just going after it there. Both girls under 25 seconds.
The crowd really appreciated the efforts there as they were first and second in the women's 1500. We're going to take about a 20-minute break, and we'll be back with the men's 1500 here from the Pettit National Ice Center in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Welcome back to the Pettit National Ice Center here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where we are ready for the men's 1,500 meters. And starting things off, we're going to have Theron Sands and Andres Campo.
This is pair number 1 of 25 for the men's 1,500 meters.
There we can see Campo out front. 27.21 in the first 300 meters. And Sands with 32.82. Matt, what can we look for here in these first few pairings? I realize they're the slower ones as far as seed times.
Yep. So I think you'll see some bigger contrasts in the racing like you're seeing here of, Campos relatively far out in front here. So you have a little bit more of a discrepancy here. But yeah, I think again we're going to see a lot of our juniors, a lot of our master skaters in these early rounds before we get to the top senior guys.
So large advantage here for Campo in this pairing. Campo coming around for his second lap. And that split of 33.46.
See, he's got the hand on the thigh there. He's definitely not comfortable.
He's looking a little gassed.
Yes.
And Sands at 36.36. Of course, Sands is in the 60 and over division. Let's give him a little credit here. He's not. It's not like he's
he's
a youngster out here.
Racing someone 30 years younger than he is.
Campo coming to the finish from Colombia. 2:10.2 approximately. Again, the times we have on the screen are not official times. And Sands with a 2:21.7. Our next pairing, Landon Bogie and Anthony Palladino.
So now we have two similarly aged boys here. Young men. Landon is a C1, which is the 13-year-old division, and Palladino is the C2, is a 14-year-old.
So while they are a year apart in age, do you know what their training has been? Have they both been in the sport about the same? Or?
I don't know each of them that well. I know Anthony's in that Colorado Gold Club, so probably primarily has done short track skating because they don't have a 400-meter oval out there in Colorado. And Landon's probably almost the opposite. They have a 400-meter oval, but it's really hard to get short track ice there. So probably two contrasting development pathways here, one with mostly short track and one with mostly long track.
And pretty close in the first 300 as Palladino with a 29.58 and 29.48 for Bogie.
And for a lot of these skaters, too, that aren't either local to Milwaukee or Salt Lake City, a lot of these guys are coming in with very limited ice time since they don't have tracks that are up yet. Landon, the track in Minnesota is an outdoor track, so that doesn't open until later in November.
Palladino 31.96 and Bogie 34.29.
So in this critical lap here, see if they can maintain their lap times, keep that close to the first lap. So a little bit off the blocks there. You just want to be as close to those as you can, especially by the time you get to the apex.
Palladino's second full lap split was 33:36, and Bogey at 36.86.
Both guys out in front of our current leaders right now. Andres Campo.
Finishing on the inner bogey on the outer. Here comes Palladino trying to challenge.
Couple little stumbles through that last inner there. Looking strong through this final 100.
So Palladino comes in at 210.09.
By almost 4 seconds, here comes Bogey.
A big move up on his personal best.
Right. Great work there. And for these younger guys that don't get a lot of ice time, that's just a critical factor, is getting more ice time. And they'll get that throughout the season, and you'll really see their personals come down through the year, especially at this young age.
Next up, next up, Edward Nagel. And the outer is Orion Gatrell.
On the outer from Bountiful, Utah, Orion Cottrell. Go to the start.
Edward here from the Midway Speed Skating Club out of Roseville, Minnesota. Seeing these blue suits, and Orion from that Colorado Gold.
Another one of your matchups between
Yes, we
Midway
have
and
another.
Colorado.
We have a Masters and a junior matchup as well here. But I know Edward and that team from Midway have been coming out here on the weekends, the last few weekends, to try to get some of that ice time and prepare for this competition.
Cottrell's personal best in the 1500 is a
28.29 that first 300 split for Nagel, and Orion had a 30.63 300 split.
I'd say so far these Midway skaters have been having a really good weekend. We saw a lot of personal bests in the 1500 meter women.
35.82 for Nagel on that first 400. And Gatrell 35.49 on that first full lap as well. So obviously pacing himself.
And it does look like he's coming up on Edward a bit here, so we'll see if he can get him here in this last lap. Still a little bit to go, but
Nagel's second lap was 37.58 and Gatrell 37.28.
made up a little bit of time there. Edward with two arms down the backstretch, like we've seen from a lot of those Midway skaters, just going all in on this last lap. Can he hold off Orion? Looks like he will do that.
So let's see how Nagel's final lap split is.
And Nagel at the finish with a new personal best time of
37.91 on that final lap.
Very good last lap there. Kept it pretty low.
219.6 for Nagel. Third on the board so far here in the 1500.
Two thumbs up to his coach there on the backstretch. A little high five. Great work there, Edward.
Up next is pair number 4. Starting on the inner from Stillwater,
So on this next pairing we have Sam Chamberlain and Jerry Metch.
Two junior skaters here. Sam a C2 and Jerry a B2. So 14 and 16-year-old divisions. See Sam trying to get nice and low there in this opening stretch here. Trying to get up to speed quickly, but still be efficient while you do it. Very good work there.
Chamberlain with a lead here in the first 300. His split was 28.2 and 29.5 for Metch.
No problems on that backstretch, plenty of space between.
Chamberlain with a comfortable margin. Let's see what his first full lap split is. 32.63 and Metch at 34.81 on that first full lap.
That puts Chamberlain in second for the time being. With our critical lap coming up here. You really want to build out of this corner as hard as you can. Maintain that speed. And you can see Sam here, 2 arms down like a lot of the midway skaters have been doing.
So a split of 35.05, so down a couple of seconds.
A little bit bigger of a drop than we'd like to see, but looks like he's really fighting back here now. So if he can keep it close to that 35, this will be a great last lap. And it looks like he is really digging for this one.
Chamberlain to the outer, Metch to the inner.
As he comes down, you can see how quick he is out of that fourth turn. Coming to the finish. 2:11.19.
Great race. Great last lap there. You can see he only dropped 0.3 of a second.
And 2:19 flat for Metch.
So again, Sam, I think, just needs some reps here. Probably a little bit too much of a drop from lap 1 to 2, but then no drop hardly at all in lap 2 to 3. But he'll learn that as he continues to go, and you know, it's good to just see that good, strong finish.
Gaining this long track experience.
Yeah, because I think you open hard and then you realize, oh, I've got a little ways to go here, and I think some of the times the younger ones just don't trust it, so they slow it down, they back it off a little bit too much, and then you'll see them have this, you know, negative split or almost even lap on the last lap there.
Our next pairing, Henry Schliesting and Patrick Cosell.
Both guys had good 500s earlier in the day. I remember Patrick had 2 arms up in celebration after his 500 meters, so he's in the zone probably right now, probably excited for this race. It's always fun to come off of a personal best or a great race and just feel confident going into that next race.
Schliesting, a little bit of an edge in the first 300. His split of 27.71. Cosell at 28.05. And again, I want to remind everybody, the times you see on the screen are not the official times, as we have some different timing mechanisms here. Schliesting a slight edge as he comes through at 31.78 and 31.87, so pretty close there on that
even
first
times here. And I think this is going to be that critical lap to see who's going to have it for the rest of the race.
Schlichting on the inner, Cosell on the outer.
And it is very tight coming down to the bell lap.
We have got a good race on our hands here.
A dead heat at the bell. 34.4 for Schlichting, 33.94 for Cosell.
That's a good sign that Cosell had the faster lap there, I think. It's tough to say in these last races. Both guys are battling here yet. Henry with that big last outer. Looks like he's going to come out in front, at least down the home stretch.
Schlisting looking to hold on here. And he will come through 2:09.88 and just over a half second behind Cosell at 2:10.53.
And the finish again. Another great close race. Both guys are going to be happy with that. A lot of good personal bests from these younger skaters. Good to see that summer training is starting to pay off for them.
Next up will be Keith Keovan and Tristan Boyd.
So Keith trains here locally, and then Tristan now too does actually. Tristan from Colorado, but going to school now here and training here in Milwaukee.
Pretty even at the start. Keovan with a split of 26.67. Fastest 300 so far.
Yeah, by a full second even the fastest. So good opener there from Keith. Both guys getting their opening times from their coaches. Coach Mike Whitty for Keith and Coach Patrick Wetland for Tristan. Both former skaters, both skated on an elite level.
Keovan's split of 31.16. And Boyd 7/10 behind at 31.86. So now we come to, as you mentioned, the all-important middle lap.
Yep. We're really encourage skaters to just attack those corners, use them to build speed. You really got to trust your training here.
Keovan's split was 32.72. So about a second and a half behind.
That's good.
But well in front of the leading time so far.
Looks like he's really doing a nice job of just maintaining his rhythm
And
all
now
the way through.
Keovan pushing it through to the finish.
And Keovan at the line with a
2:04.06.
Here's Boyd with a 2:09.69.
And Boyd at 2:09.69.
Personal best there for him. Good racing, a high five on the backstretch. I know Keith has dealt with some injury type stuff and is getting back into it, so it's good to hear that he's close again to his personal best.
Next up, Joshua Kreider and Anson Quinn.
Starting on the inner from Minneapolis, Minnesota, Joshua Kreider. On the outer,
Anson Quinn out of Saratoga Springs. You can see that on his right leg there.
go to the start.
And looking to just get into that skating as quick as possible. Make sure that those pushes are going right to the side here.
Looks like Quinn got off to a pretty good start, comparatively speaking, to Kreider.
Got both arms down here, still trying to build into this.
27.81, the first 300 split for Quinn.
And Quinn going with the both arms down here too. Let's see if he tries to do that for the whole race, at least through the straightaways. Arm up in the corner. Let's see if he drops it down here again. And he does. Well, these younger guys, they are going for it, that's for sure.
.3233 for Quinn on that 400 split.
That board showing him in 5th place at this point.
.32.33. Let's see what this one will be. Coming up on the bell lap. That split 34.36.
Okay.
Currently on pace for a new personal best. Kreider with 1 to go. 39.79.
Kreider at 39.79 on that lap.
And Anson fighting through that last inner now, trying with all his might to keep that position, keep aerodynamic, keep the pushes going to the side.
With a new personal best time of
209.87. Third place so far in the men's 1500.
He'll be happy with that. Kreider finishing up here.
And I believe he looks happy to be finished.
Yes. Now time to get some blood flow to those legs here. Stand up and let the blood flow through. I was always amazed at the 1500. It would take some time though to start to feel better. You just sit there in pain even though you're not doing anything.
Next up, Caden Woods and Jeff Terwilliger.
On the outer from Des Moines, Iowa, Jeff Terwilliger.
So Caden is an A1 junior, which means 17-year-old division. Jeff in the Masters 60 and over division.
A rare false start in the
I didn't
1500.
see quite what happened there or why they called them back. Oh, his skate was on the line. Oh no. Well, someone's going to be out. Oh, inner lane again. So he should be disqualified, I believe.
False start, inner lane, crossing the line, disqualified.
So Caden Woods.
I wonder if there was some confusion on
where the line.
That seems really strange to do that 2 times in a row. Really unfortunate for a junior to not get an opportunity here to do his 1500. That's too bad.
So this is Terwilliger by his lonesome.
Yeah, that can always be a little bit of a letdown too when you're getting yourself pumped up for a good race here and then you end up having to do it on your own. Where you had strategized and pictured that pair of you being in front of you at certain points or through the crossover or whatever it may be, and now you just got to refocus on yourself.
So his 300 split 29.01.
His personal best is a 2:05.29.
Terwilliger in the 60s.
Yep.
So when they give his personal best, is that his personal best as a
Well,
60?
Yeah, there has been some debate on what you should announce.
Or should I say what
Or-
his personal best was when he was in his prime?
Yeah. I think right now, for most of them, they still just announce personal best of whatever it was from however many years ago. But yeah, I know that's been a little bit of a debate of, what should we just say personal best is from 60 to 65 division? You know, like making it more relative to what you've been doing recently. Or just saying some sort of season best, or how to phrase that, yeah. Because, yeah, you've got some skaters that skated 30 years ago that were good skaters, so.
Split 35.27.
35.27.
It's very difficult to get a personal best. The technology with the different kind of skates has helped, so some of them were able to come back years later and actually beat their previous younger selves times with better suits and better equipment, but we all know it just gets harder as you go.
Terwilliger onto the home stretch.
So here comes Jeff Terwilliger.
And he'll cross the line with a time of
2:14.02.
8 on the board.
Shaking his head about that one. I don't know if that's in response to the time or what his legs feel like, but
We'll get ready for the next pairing. Andrew Love and Jeremy Song.
again, the junior and master matchup here. Jeremy in the 14-year-old division, a junior C2, and Andrew Love in the 50 masters division. Andrew's known more for a sprint type power skater, so we could have some interesting last laps here, I would say. Probably will open pretty quick, but then we'll see how well he can maintain those last couple of laps. He's always a good sport about every race that he does.
Song with a 27.13 and Love a 27.8.
Whoa. So that was a strange backstretch there. I don't know if he was just trying to get over quick or if Jeremy was trying to get the draft there or what, but that was interesting.
That was close on that crossover.
Yeah.
Closer than they would probably like.
Right.
Song split is 31.36 and Song at 31.57. Or excuse me, Love at 31.57. Pretty good.
Yeah, so now we'll find out who was pacing this correctly.
Song now on the outer, Love on the inner. Song trying to challenge for the top time and a new personal best.
Song coming into the bell lap.
Song with
34.28.
5.03.
And Love
Song currently
back a little bit on that one at 35.03. But it looks like he may have something left for him here on this final lap.
Song now
At least got him in his sights there. But starting to tighten up is Andrew there a little bit. He's got this big last outer.
here they come.
Song pressing on. 2 arms down. Looks like a good strong finish from Song.
So Song comes in at 209.3. And Andrew Love comes in at 212.96. So that's ninth best time through 9 pairs.
Yeah, right in the middle of the pack there.
So for the 50 and over, that's pretty nice
Yeah,
showing, I would
yeah,
say.
Absolutely.
Next is pair number 10.
So pair number 10 coming up, Kyler DeGroot.
Kyler DeGroot.
And on the outside, Gavin Ord.
Again, 2 junior skaters. Kyler a C2, Gavin a B2.
Looked like a bit of a slower start there for DeGroot.
That took a little bit to get settled in, but definitely off to the races now. Kyler from California and Gavin, a Utah native. We saw his dad racing earlier today.
28.57 for Ord. And 28.72 for DeGroot on that first 300.
Assuming there's some Dutch heritage there from DeGroot based on that name, but I'll have to track him down and ask him about that.
DeGroot with a split of 31.67, picked up quite a bit on Ord in that 400 right there. Ord with 32.4.
Now Gavin looked like he had to wait just a little bit to try to let Kyler go by on that backstretch. Hopefully he didn't lose too much momentum. It's a killer when you lose your speed at this point in the race.
Coming to the bell lap.
With 1 lap to go,
DeGroot split 33.28. Picked up over a second on Ord.
And now the final fight here down the backstretch. Switching lanes, got to maintain that position. Need to be desperate to do that.
DeGroot on the outer, coming down the home stretch.
Powering all the way through. Good strong finish. He's very happy about that.
Second fastest time so far at 2:09.09.
Yeah, he was pumped. Good to see that.
Next up, Brian Bullard and Samuel Hart Gorman. Excuse me, I lost my place there, folks. Samuel Hart Gorman on the outer here for this 1500.
This should be one of those good contrasting races, I'm guessing. Brian has an excellent opener. I don't know if you remember the 500. I believe it was a 10-2 second opener, which is extremely fast. And I know Samuel Hart Gorman is more of a long distance skater, so if everything plays out kind of by their skills, we should see a big opening lead by Brian, followed by Samuel Hart Gorman tracking him down. Do like how Brian starts. I mentioned his 500, gets right back into that push right away. Really limits that in-between time where nothing's happening.
And just as you called it, Brian with a lead here on his first 300, but not by much. 25.86, 26.83 for Hart Gorman.
Yeah, now Sammy's job just to keep him close. Imagine he's just trying to limit how much of a lead Brian has here going into 2 to go.
This is Bullard on the outer, Hart Gorman on the inner.
Bullard,
At 2 laps to go.
2 laps to go, a split of 29.5.
Hart Gorman second.
The fastest so far, but Hart Gorman right there with the second fastest time so far.
Yep. Now it's time for Sammy to try and take over if he's going to make a race of this. Well, Brian is doing a nice job of maintaining his rhythm and his skating, so he might just be putting this race away.
Bullard running fast with a
31.57. So he picked up another more than a half a second at 32.2 for Hart Gorman.
Hart Gorman not far off of his. We'll see what
Might just be too much for Hart Gorman to make up here, but he is definitely coming now. This could be very close, actually. He is coming on strong.
Wow.
This is going to be a heck of a final 100 meters.
Hart Gorman
it's going to be close.
is going to take this
Wow.
one.
Wow.
Final turn.
What a last lap comeback.
2.41. Bullard a 202.
What a great call you made at the start as we
Here
see.
is that finish. Just powering through this final 50 meters to get him at the end.
Lap moves into the lead with through 11 pairs.
And Matt, you had that one pegged right from the start when you said that Brian would be out quick, but Hart Gorman with the finishing kick was able to take that one.
Yeah, what a last lap by Sammy there. I was definitely having my doubts going into that last lap on whether or not he was coming back from that far of a distance.
On the inner from Meadville, Pennsylvania.
But what a great race.
Our 12th pairing, Nathaniel Beveridge and Ryan Oliznik.
This may be somewhat similar to what we just saw, too. I don't know if we'll get that lucky, but Ryan Olinick, more of a long-distance skater. Nathaniel Beveridge, more on the sprint side of things. So I'd imagine we'll see him out in front here at the beginning. And then slowly but surely, Ryan will bring him back in potentially, but we will see.
Beveridge off to, as you said, a lead here in the first 300. Split of 26.5.
26.5. Olejnik with a 28.
And Olenek 28.11.
Beverage's personal best is a 2:01.05.
See Nathaniel there trying to be conservative, trying to lengthen his strides, really use that body weight to get into the push. Try to maintain his speed without using too much energy.
Beverage going to need to be close to that personal best time.
And then Ryan with 2 arms down, trying to bring him back in.
Beveridge 57.05, 30.55 on that first full lap.
Close pace with the top time.
Big lap here.
Beverage on the inner, Olejnik on the
See Ryan really working that outer corner, trying to keep it close here. He knows he'll have the stronger last lap, but is it close enough with 1 to go?
Beveridge at 33.01 on that lap, but 32.83 for Olenek.
And here he comes. He is going to hunt him down this backstretch.
Seems like insurmountable, but we have seen this in our last pairing.
He is building.
on the outer, Olejnik on the inner. Here they come.
Yeah, here he comes.
Olenek off the turn. Does he have enough time left?
And let's be back to back.
Up the inside.
Super good races here, back to back.
Olejnik
And the same thing.
Wow.
3 and a new personal best time.
Gets him by 0.3 of a second.
Beveridge with a
What a comeback.
2:09.5.
One
Here he
more
is.
time on the replay.
Beverage in 5th on the board.
Olynyk pulls it off down the home
got
stretch.
a little fist pump there. What a race. Boy, that's two good ones in a row there. That's fun to watch, those contrasting styles.
And off the blind draw,
Right,
you saw great
It's
races
random.
like
Yep,
that.
Yep.
So here we have Zachary Jensen and Mark Yanagihara.
Burnsville, Minnesota. Zachary Jensen. Starting on the outer.
A couple of great athletes here. Mark Yanagihara, former elite level wrestler. Zach Jensen, an all-around great athlete, baseball player, making the switch over to ice. Again, just one of these guys, Zach, needs just time on the ice. Use that physical ability that he has. Mark Yanagihara out of Saratoga Springs, New York. Zach Jensen from the Midway Club in Minnesota. And those guys in Minnesota and the Midway Club seem to be on fire this weekend.
And you alluded to the fact they've been training here
Right.
in the last few weekends.
Yep.
Does that give them an advantage, do you
I
think?
think so. Anytime you can get some more ice time, it's an advantage for you.
Jensen with the lead after the first 300. You can see there a rather sizable lead.
This is Jensen on the outer.
Yeah, I think Zach should probably take this one from start to finish, but
2 laps to go.
for Mark here, he's just trying to keep him as close as he can and just have Zach pull him to a good finish.
29.66 on that split.
Jensen's personal is 2 minutes, 0.52 seconds. Yanagihara's is 2:03.28. Jensen going to need to be on that personal best pace.
A little over 4-second margin
Challenge the top time.
for Jensen over Yanagihara.
Here comes Jensen. Up to 1 lap to go.
So now the bell lap for Jensen.
Jensen currently running second faster than
32.25 on that split.
A little bit too much of a fade, but he looked like arms down again, fighting back.
Does he have anything left?
Jensen going to be finishing on the outer. Yanagihara on the inner. Can Jensen get under 2 minutes and claim the top spot through 13 pairs? Here he comes onto the home stretch.
Don't think he'll get under 2 minutes.
Jensen to the line. Finishes with
2:03.58.
that puts him at third through 13.
And
Mark's
that's-
still looking strong there. That's good. Good finish.
0.63. That puts him at 16.
So Jensen will be in the third position after these first 13 pairings. And we're going to take a break here as they are going to need to resurface the ice.
Yep, a little resurface break, and then we'll finish up.
And we want to thank all of our great sponsors here. Unbottled.com, Under Armour, USANA, Rise Bar, the Utah Sports Commission, and the University of Utah Health, and Rudy Project. Matt, we'll be back in about 20 minutes.
Looking forward to it.
Welcome back to the Pettit National Ice Center here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where the U.S. Speed Skating U.S. Long Track Championships are taking place, and we're in our last segment of the first day, the 1,500 men. I'm joined by Matt Corman, and Matt, we had some really good pairings there in the first part of this 1,500. Hopefully we've got some coming up here.
We did, yeah. I'm sure we're going to have some really tight races going forward. I don't know if we're going to see anything as dramatic as what we saw in some of those other ones from coming back that far, but we're going to have some really, really tight races here.
Adam Meacham and Matthew Somm in this first pairing.
And as I say that, I think we could have a little bit of a comeback here too, potentially with Aiden.
Somm with a 28.59 and 29.63 for Meacham.
Yeah, this is quite a lead here so far, so it's going to be a lot of work for Aiden to make this up.
Somm comes across with a 29.92 and 30.64 for Meacham. Again, we are on to the faster skaters, so not surprising that we have the first and second fastest times so far.
Somm doing a good job of maintaining his technique here. You can tell he's tight, but he's keeping some good lines there.
And Matthew Somm, 156.7 and 158.22 for Meacham.
So new first and second place now. Somm with the high five on the backstretch to his coach Dave Cruikshank there. A multiple-time Olympian and head coach of the Dash program here.
So next up, we'll have Liam Kitchell and Max Weber.
This will be an exciting race, I think, as well. Two guys that are junior B1s, so exact same age category, and both super talented. I'm guessing Max will go out a little bit harder than Liam does, but Liam has an incredible amount of endurance, so we could see another one of those come from behind things here.
And are they both fighting for spots?
Both of these guys are looking to make the Youth Olympic Games team. So that combination of 500 and 1,500 is what they're looking for here. I imagine plenty of nerves out there for both of these guys to have a trip to Korea on the line here. Obviously, we won't know what the final team is until after the 500 meter tomorrow. But this 1,500 meter is part of their scoring system to make it there. So really, really important race for both of these guys.
And a very tight first 300. Weber at 25.51. Kitchell 26.01.
And as expected here, I think Weber will come by on the inside here and have a slight lead going in with 2 to go. I think Liam's job at this point was just to be as close as he can with 2 to go.
And he is very close.
He's doing a nice job at that. So he's definitely setting himself up.
28.97 for Weber there and 28.74 for Kitchell.
And Weber coming back with a good second lap here. So it is coming down to this final lap with Youth Olympic Games on the line.
And a virtual dead heat as they hit the bell lap.
Nice for Max to have this chase on the last stretch. You can see the guy he needs to pass. and he is coming up on him.
Come down to the final
It
line.
is going to be
Out of the final turn. It's
very
10
close
minutes
here.
to lunch, people.
You can see Liam trying
Coming to
to
the
fight
line.
back.
What's it gonna be?
Oh, what a race.
And at the line within 2 hundredths.
Liam.
Mitchell with a 155.5.
Look at this replay here.
Wow.
What a battle to the finish line.
It is so close.
With a new personal
200ths of a second.
by a tenth and a half.
Neither guy wanted to give an inch there. What a great pairing. Two young guys, B1, 15-year-old age division. Really excited to see what those guys are going to do as they grow and mature in the future.
That was, just as you called it, was going to be a tight one.
Yeah.
Can't get any closer than that.
Out of Brazil, Edar Lopez Marias.
Edar Lopez Marias and William Silk are our next pairing. Marias from Brazil.
Yep, we got a little age discrepancy here as well. Marias in the Master 35 and older, and Will Silk, a junior A1, looking to make his first junior world team this year. Would expect Will to take command of this race pretty early and then just hold on to it. He's a great all-around skater, probably a little bit better at this point in the long distance races, but this is a good blend for Will of strength and speed.
25.68 on that 300 opener for Silk.
Marias' personal best is a 157.32. Silk's is a 153.17.
Silk,
Silk now
just as you called it, opens up a pretty sizable lead here.
Silk running faster than
And I wouldn't-
27.92.
And I wouldn't expect much change here. Will should continue to just power through these last two laps is my guess. Really fit. I was lucky enough to go out to Butte, Montana and kind of help those guys out with some bike rides this last summer, and he is in phenomenal condition right now. So I think he'll maintain his speed very well here.
And his split there of 28.88.
Well out in front now.
Marias running fifth fastest.
Marias hanging in there as well, 29.67 on his last split.
Personal best time. We got to see where he stops the clock. Here he comes out of the final turn.
Will keeping that rhythm up very nicely. Oh, just right to the side.
Silk digging for the line.
And Silk
The new fastest
at
time with a new personal best.
152.62.
Marias
That's a new personal best.
56.16. That puts him to fourth on the board. Silk
And as you talked about, a personal best here, having
Right,
that at this
right,
track
Right.
means a big move up for him.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a potentially a under 150 race, a 149 maybe in Salt Lake City or a place like Calgary where they have that high altitude advantage. So great race there.
Next up, Thomas Fitzgerald and Kellen Dunphy.
Suffield, Connecticut. Thomas Fitzgerald. Starting on the outer out of St. Paul, Minnesota. Kellen Dunphy.
So this could be an interesting pairing as well. Kellen, more of a long distance specialist, really kind of targets that 5,000 and 10,000 meter. I'd say Tommy too, a little bit more of a distance skater, but pretty solid in all the races. So this could be an interesting last lap here for both guys.
Pretty even in this first 300. Probably about a
Opening split fastest
2 meter lead at 25.37 for Fitzgerald, 25.64 for Dunphy.
Dunphy's personal is a 150.76. Fitzgerald is a 152.07. Fitzgerald now on the outer, Dunphy on the inner. Coming up to the 2 lap to go split.
Fitzgerald split 27.25, 28.04 for Dunphy.
Really close. Now we'll have to see if Dunphy has the endurance here to start bringing him back in. Because the crucial split time we'll see here. If Dunphy's coming back on him, that's a good sign, and he is.
That was close, 28.5 and 28.9 and 28.7.
So Dunphy is coming back on him. And he's coming back fast on him. He is going to get him. What a great comeback here from Kellen Dunphy.
And Dunphy will take this one.
Very solid.
The 2 fastest times so far.
Down the stretch again with another tremendous finish there. Kellen Dunphy taking over that last lap. Well executed race there.
So we move on to the 18th pairing. Zach Stoppelmore and Carl Tatelli.
And I think Zach's going to sneak up on a lot of people. A lot of at least people that haven't been around in Salt Lake. He put up a time trial where he went 1:46, and it was a coach's run time trial, so it wasn't an official time, but because we didn't have the referees and all that stuff there, but we had electronic timing and everything. So it doesn't show up on his stat sheet that he's gone that fast, but we know from a couple of weeks ago he can fly. So I'd imagine he's going to take this one out from start to finish. Will open pretty darn fast as well. Carl opens a little bit slower than what Zach would. Should have a good race here. Carl, a member of our Junior World team last year. Great up-and-coming skater. Really likes the mass start and is focused on doing something in that at this competition, but also at Junior Worlds.
False start. We'll try this one more time. That was called on Stoppelmore.
Thankfully, a clean start there. Hate to see anyone get disqualified for 2 false starts.
Second try there for pair number 18.
Stoppelmore with an advantage on the inside. Pretty good lead. His 300 split at 24.06.
Very nice opener there. Expect that. He's a sprinter with some endurance is how I would describe Zach. You can see the 2 arms up there trying to be efficient, technical, save that energy for the last 2 laps here while maintaining that opening speed. So really nice by Zach.
26.09.
Wow, that's a great first lap.
He's already got a 3.
Yeah, that was a great first lap.
Over a 3.5 second lead.
And looks relaxed, keeping his rhythm. 2 arms up. Really got to attack this corner now.
Tatelli not giving up either.
Yeah, Tatelli keeping him in his sights, and just keep him close, and you'll get pulled to a good time.
27.76 for Stoppelmoor, and Tatelli's the second fastest by a big margin as well.
Just a little bit behind Stoppelmoor in that lap time, so nice lap by Tatelli.
Here comes
Stoppelmoor
drive into that line. And a solid time.
147.93, and Tatelli 149.61.
Carl with a great race there as well.
Tatelli came through and cut off over a half second on that final lap, and they are at 1-2 at this point here in the men's 1500.
Well, great pairing. Exactly what you want to see a junior skater do, just trying to reel in that senior skater and put up a fight. So good to see Carl keeping it that close.
Our next pairing, the inner, Josh White, and on the outer, Dylan Woodbury. Josh White from New Zealand.
Also one of those inline converts, a very elite inline skater that's making the transition over to ice speed skating. Working with that fast program in Utah with Mitch Whitmore. And then Dylan Woodbury on our junior world team the last couple of years. This will be his final year as a junior.
Lane start here for pair number 19.
A freshman at Marquette University here. And working with the Bob Corby group along with Jordan Stolz and Carl Tatelli, which we just saw race.
Woodbury with a 25, Woodbury with a 24.43.
Hopefully we don't have a crossover issue here. It's close.
Wow, they were very close on that. Woodbury split 26.38.
It's a good fast first lap for him.
And White at 26.28.
So right there in that range, and Zach Stoppelmoor was a 26.0. So they're right on his pace there for the first lap. Openers were a little bit behind Zach, so these last two laps will be critical for them.
Woodbury 28.02, and White was right there, 27.97.
And Dylan getting a good chase down this backstretch. Keep him in your sights here and you can win this pairing. But Josh continues to fight. Josh is fighting back.
This is close, and it's going to be Woodbury.
And Woodbury just edges White for the second fastest time with a 1:49.
Great race there from Dylan. It's good these juniors getting under 150. That's a good marker for them, especially this time of year. They're going to continue to get better and better. And there's our replay finish again. Dylan holding them off.
So Woodbury with the second fastest time now.
Next is pair number 20. Starting on
And as we get closer to the end of this men's 1500, they just get faster.
Yeah, we got some good pairs coming up here.
Jonathan Tobon on the inner and William Gebauer on the outer.
In Tobon, first-year senior, he's been skating great this year. And Will, based on what I saw in his 500 earlier today, I think he might be, peaking at the right time. He had a great 500 meter.
pair 20 away with a clean start.
Crowd is into this one.
Gebauer with the fastest opener
23.6.
The two fastest openers so far, and they are not slowing down
Wow.
here.
That was an aggressive opener there for Will.
Gebauer's personal best is a 147.4. Tobon's a 147.28. Gebauer on the inner, Tobon on the outer. Gebauer's still running fast.
Gebauer's split of 26.02 and Tobon 26.04.
Both 6.0s. I'll tell you what, Will has done this several times before. He comes to these trials, may not seem like he is skating this fast, and he just comes out here and he nails it. We have a race on our hands here.
And it's even going into the bell lap.
Gebauer just barely ahead. A good sign to see Tobon with the faster lap for him going in that. But Will gets the chase here. That's also a slight advantage potentially.
Gebauer trying to reel him in.
And what another great race.
Tobon will hold on.
Wow, 146. Oh my goodness. That was awesome. That was absolutely awesome by both skaters. I believe that's a funding time for John Tobon as well in the 1500 meters. So if he ends up in a top 5 position, he will get his way paid for to the Fall World Cups.
Both of those skaters have to
Oh.
be pleased with
Oh.
that one.
That was unbelievable. I did not expect 146s. No offense to those guys, but I did not expect that at a sea-level track from them.
So next up we have Augie Herman and Cooper McLeod. And we saw how McLeod
Yep.
fared in that 500.
Yep.
Does he have the same potential here in the 1500?
I think the 500's more his specialty for sure. I mean, he's very capable of putting down a good 1500, but yeah, it's probably a little bit outside of what we would normally consider his wheelhouse of the 500 and 1,000 meter. But, you know, you have that confidence from the 500 now. You're on a high. You put down a good race, so you can just go out there and skate free. And Augie, one of our top juniors from last year on our junior world team, he's a really great 1,500 meter skater as well. So
McLeod out first. His 300 opener at 23:32.
wow. And that looked like comfortable. That looked comfortable. It wasn't like he was, scrapping for that opener. So if he can stay efficient here in this first lap and not use too much energy, he could be in a really good position.
Let's see his split right here of 26.04. And Herman a second back at 27.05.
And this is where Augie really likes to press and make his move. So I'd expect a good even lap out of Augie right here.
And he will need it as McLeod has a sizable lead coming up to the bell lap. McLeod at 27.44.
Will he have enough this last lap? Tobon historically has a little bit more endurance than he does. But it's so close at this point, it could be anyone. It could be him or Tobon. Does he have
McLeod
enough?
pressing.
And, just off.
146.2 for McLeod.
What a great race by him.
And Herman at 149.91. So McLeod did have a great race,
Right.
just barely in second.
Yeah. Yeah, he held on there. He just skated very efficiently there. Like I said, probably confident after that 500, realizes this isn't what he's after necessarily, just wants to have a good, strong performance, a good training race, and he executed extremely well. Boy, this has been a real treat of racing so far. From even the early levels with the younger kids to now getting to the more senior elite level.
So on the inside here, Tanner Worley. And the outer is Austin Kleba.
Oh, no Tanner, it looks like.
So Tanner is out.
That's too bad. That would have been a great pairing for the two of them.
So Austin Kleba by himself in a 1500. How does that affect you?
Well, he's more of a 500 and 1,000 guy as well. But I'd say similar to Cooper, he's not afraid to hurt in this race, which you need to be able to do.
23.39 on the opener.
So great opener there from Austin. So you can see him trying to conserve energy there, be efficient. Maybe got a little too long going into that, but just trying to set the corner up correctly for himself.
And that split of 26.41.
So a little bit slower than our leaders for the first lap there. He'll really have to have a good, strong second lap to make sure he's not losing too much speed.
His coach there showing him at 6.4, 26.41. So here he comes up to the bell lap.
Yeah, starting to look a little tight there to me. I think that's going to be too much of a drop to compete with the top guys right now. This is where you really wish you had Tanner still in the race to really kind of get you through those middle laps, have someone to chase down. Gets a little lonely when you're out there by yourself.
So here comes Austin Kleba, and his time is 1:48.61.
Still a solid race. Still a solid race. Getting under 150 there. You know, and he knows his race is up 500 and 1,000 meters, so he's not too concerned probably with that.
So our next pairing will have Emery Lehman and Jordan Stoltz.
This is the race.
The star of the show.
This is what I've been looking forward to today.
Can he perform once again?
I expect he does. I'm not surprised by anything he does right now. And I'm even almost more curious to see what Emery Lehman can do too. I know he's been focusing on the 1500, and I know he wants to find out how he stacks up against the world champion. But I do expect Jordan to take this out fast, take command of the race right away. And then we'll see what Emery can do to try to bring him in. It's almost not fair how Jordan can build speed. Almost seems effortlessly. I just hope Emery can stay relaxed as he tries to build speed, because I know he's been really trying to work on that, and you don't want to try to reach for it too hard.
An opener of 23.6.
Last weekend, Jordan did set the sea-level world record in this event. First man ever to go under 143 in the 1500 meter at a sea-level track.
And Stoltz now at 25.41.
Yeah. And Lehman with a nice 25-second lap there as well. So he is trying to keep it close here. And he knows he's got endurance as well. So keep close here and see what you can get in this last lap if you're Emery Lehman. But Jordan continues to look strong, just powering into the ice.
Let's see this split here. 26:33.
Second fastest was
And Lehman at 26:54.
Lehman is on a good race here too.
team pursuit in the 2022 Olympics. Stoles made his Olympic debut in the 2022 Olympics.
And here comes Jordan Stoltz.
Home stretch, it's Stoles leading the way.
Just powering through. Such great direction in his pushes.
Stoles at the line.
Oh my gosh.
1:42.
Oh my gosh.
33.
That is insane. New track record, new sea level world record.
Fastest time at a 1.
And Emery Lehman with a 1:44 as well. Two incredible races.
A second off his personal.
Oh, what a last lap by Jordan. Under 27 seconds, 26.9. That was incredible. No one has ever skated faster than what we just saw at a sea level track.
And his opener was only the third
Right,
fastest, but all he did was
Right.
get faster
And
the rest
yeah,
of the way.
and he's just continued to learn how to skate that race. With the experience, he's really figured out where he needs to apply his energy.
Well done by both. But we're not finished.
We are not.
Casey Dawson and Connor McDermott Mustawi.
Yeah, this should be a great pairing as well. Connor should get out a little bit fast, and Casey's just going to keep motoring to try to bring him back in. I don't expect either guy will contend with Jordan's time, but will be really interesting to see who's filling our World Cup spots after Jordan now. We've got a couple of 146s, low 146s. Emery with that 144. Both of these guys are very capable 1,500 meter skaters.
McDermott Mustawi on the outside has a bit of an edge here in this opener. 23:87.
Dawson with a 24.63.
A little bit of a draft here now for Casey Dawson down the back stretch. He'll use Connor to his advantage.
One of those members on the 2022 Olympic bronze medal team pursuit team.
Connor McDermott just stayed some great corners. Such great pressure all the way through his pushes there.
On the outer. McDermott with
25:98 and 26:34 for Dawson.
6.34 running 10th fastest.
Okay, it looks like these guys, I'd say in the hunt now for a podium finish, trying to get into that third position. I think Emery and Jordan are pretty far out in front of them at this point.
Coming up to 1 lap to go.
And we have one pairing left. But here at the Bell Lap,
McDermott with a 27.
McDermott with a 27.22, but Dawson even
Yep.
quicker, 26.9.
Yep, and this is where Dawson will come on.
Now to the outer on the backstretch.
It's nice for Connor that he was able to get a little bit of a draft there, but this is where Casey Dawson is really going to excel with that endurance training that he does.
The home stretch.
And he's going to hold him off, it looks like.
Come to the line. And
McDermott
third fastest time.
Mustawi
45.1.
in third position, 145.43, and Dawson right there, 145.98.
Very solid races. Seeing 145s at sea level, that's really a good sign.
So that pairing at third and fourth, following the pairing prior, which was first and second with Stoltz and Lehman. And now our final pairing, Ethan Sepurin and Victor Haldthorup.
I expect a pretty even race here. Both of these guys are more specialists in the long distances. So for sure we're going to see them quite a bit behind after the first 300-meter split, the first 700-meter split. They're going to be quite behind our leaders, but then after that we're going to really see these guys start coming on and trying to close that gap and get into those World Cup positions. Or at least for Ethan. Victor obviously can't be on the U.S. World Cup team, but it's great that he's out here. It raises the level of our competition to even higher. You know, there's not a lot of speed skaters in the country, so having some foreigners here to push us, it's a great thing. Looks like Victor was a little hesitant to get off that line there, so.
Looks like Sepurin may have an advantage coming off the turn here and in the opener.
Separate opening with a 24.7, Baruch with a
24.7, which, as you predicted, that's down there
Yep,
at 12th position.
Separate also
Yep, I think Ethan will be happy that he's at least in the 24s.
his personal best of 1500 is a 145.2.
He's done a lot of 25s in his 300-meter opener, so at least he's in the 24 range.
9-2, Separate leading on the outer.
The second split of 26:41.
Baruch with a 26.7.
Now's where they really got to go. If they want any chance, now's their time to take over. We knew they were going to be behind early, but they're both aerobic beasts.
Separate back to the inner, Baruch now on the outer. Coming up to 1 lap to go.
See what Sepurin's split is here. 27-1.
27.21, Baruch with a 27.45.
Not a bad drop there. I don't know if it will be enough, though.
Separate now on to the outer, Baruch
He
on
does
the
still look
inner.
strong. And if there's one thing Ethan Sepurin can do, it is fight through a race. This guy's one of the toughest competitors on the planet.
Separate will win the pair.
And
See where he
Sepurin,
stops the clock as he finishes with a 146.
146.96.
Puts him at 8th. Baruch finishes with a 147.85. That puts him 9th.
Well, no surprise that Jordan Stoltz was able to capture the 1500.
Yeah, but just the level was actually surprising to me of how fast these times are. Across the board there, we saw some spectacular performances. A sea-level world record.
And Emery Lehman right there.
Emery Lehman right there. A 144 is a great time. Seeing first-year senior John Tobon with that 146 flat and that battle he had with Will Gebauer. Another just incredible race. So, man, I couldn't ask for anything more out of our guys in this round of racing.
Well, that was a great finish to an excellent first day.
Agreed. Thanks for having me.
Matt Corman, thank you so much for joining us today. Matt, of course, the Long Track High Performance Director and former national team coach. And you are welcome up here anytime with the headset, my friend.
I had a blast.
And we certainly want to thank our sponsors, Unbottled.com, Under Armour, USANA, Rise Bar, Utah Sports Commission, University of Utah Health, and the Rudy Project. For Matt Corman, I'm Ted Rutan. That's going to wrap up our coverage for this first day from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, the U.S. Speed Skating, U.S. Long Track Championships. We'll see you tomorrow, my friends.